Alrighty, we're back.
Yeah,
Nice.
Back to the Joe.
it's true. We're back.
It's me. It's Dylan. Ezra is here as well. We're still chilling.
Yes, I am.
What about me?
I said you.
No, you didn't.
This is
You
good.
said Dylan.
This is.
My name
Yeah, I
isn't
said.
Dylan. It's
I just said
Dolan.
you. I just said you because that's all you're getting, Mr. Rude Man. Can't even ask me how my shit was.
How is your shit, Mike?
It was pleasant. Thank you for asking. You are no longer rude in my eyes.
Nice. That was my goal.
Good.
Anyways, speaking of shit, we just read Jojo.
Yeah, speaking of shit, this is the part
Yeah.
where we read Alessi.
True.
Don't
Well-
start that.
Well, there was also
Yeah.
shit in the last section that we read too.
There was a lot of shit.
Part
This is
3,
a
there's always shit.
yeah, this is a shit heavy part of JoJo.
Yeah.
I can see that. Yeah, so the
You had to get his dog killing and toilet humor all out in one place.
Oh yeah,
So the section that we read was chapters 47 through 103, which is the lovers through Darby the Gambler.
yes,
And in the anime, it's episode 16 through 35.
that is correct.
That is correct.
That is correct. It's a lot of chapters, but I gave us a big chapter load because I knew we could handle it, and also I didn't want to end with Alessi. I'd rather end with Darby the Gambler, but we'll get to those two.
Just
For this,
Darby.
for now, we're starting off. For now, we're starting off with Steely Dan.
Oh,
Dan of
my
Steel.
Or-
God.
Yeah, Dan of Steel. My favorite of
That's
the DCU.
also like the best localized name.
I have to agree.
Wait, Dan of Steel, really?
That's his localized name.
Yes.
Yeah, Dan of Steel.
He's like, you can call me Dan. Dan of
Like-
Steel.
Was this like in the English translation of the manga, or is this like in the anime?
It was definitely in the
Both.
anime. I want to check the manga though. Oh, it's both.
Yeah, the manga, he says Dan of
Nice.
Steel, yeah.
Wow.
I'm looking at
Dan
it right
of
now because I
Steel.
have all my volumes this
Mm.
time.
I have all my volumes too.
Dan of
Yes.
Steel who can't hold his sunglasses correctly.
Dan of fucking stupid.
Yeah, like, why is he doing it like that? He's holding it weird.
He
He's gonna
He's
break
holding
him
it
or
like
something.
a funny little lad.
he just wants to.
He's just chilling.
Yeah.
But before we can get to Dan of Steel, we have to get to the infamous Hol Horse steals the Jeep scene.
Yes, the infamous, so infamous. Yeah,
What a
It's
silly
the-
guy.
Grand
it's the
Theft
wrap
Auto.
up of It's the wrap up of Justice, because this is still at the point where arcs kind of
Yeah.
blended into one another, kind of in the manga. Everything turns back
Mhm.
to the graveyard that it was before Enya set up shop there, and before they even realize, Hol Horse steals the Crusaders Jeep and says like, "Yeah, that was fun, but I'm going back to Dio. See y'all."
Yeah,
Which is
he says,
That's-
I'll catch you later if you're not dead.
yeah. That's pretty funny, especially if you thought he was about to like become a good guy.
Yeah.
That was the original case, but he was too much
Mm.
like Polnareff, so they decided not to.
Yeah. And yeah, so oh yeah, and Enya's still alive. They didn't murder her.
She is asleep.
Yep,
Yeah,
she's
she's sleeping.
she's just chilling.
Catching a nap.
And yeah, they're
Catching a nap.
One thing I'm wondering is like, how did they like get out of this place? Because this was like an abandoned graveyard, like in the middle of like basically the desert. And they
ghost Jeep.
Well, in the manga, it shows them on this little horse-drawn carriage that they got somewhere.
Yeah, but
so...
like where?
Who knows,
How?
really?
What? Like,
Yeah, I guess they just walked until they got one, and the person who sold it to them didn't say like, "Hey, why do you have a tiny granny tied up in the back?"
They
Who
they
knows?
don't ask questions in the Middle East.
Yeah,
You're
this is
not
way
gonna
out in the
question like
boonies.
4 beefcakes who could probably kick your ass.
Yeah, you're not gonna look at Polnareff and question that hair. I never want to. You never want to question a person with that hair.
I wouldn't even want to talk to a person with that hair.
Well, now you're just being rude.
I'm just
Johnny
being
Bravo.
Polnareff is Johnny Bravo.
real.
It's true.
Pretty much.
Same black shirt, same cool hair, same flirt.
What if he was the inspiration for Johnny Bravo?
That'd be fun.
I would not
That'd
put
be
it
funny.
past them. That would be kind of fun, yeah. But anyway,
Although
so they
that would
take
imply
the horse-drawn.
Go on.
that would
They
imply
take
that who's talking?
Go ahead, Mike.
Oh, that would imply that Seth MacFarlane knows of JoJo, and that's weird to me. That makes me think I'm gonna turn on Family Guy and I'm gonna see the family dressed as the Crusaders in a cutaway bit.
I was
I
actually
don't
thinking
wanna
that
see
today.
that.
I'm like, because I don't watch Family Guy, I was wondering, is it still like making episodes?
Yeah,
Oh yeah,
of course. It's very popular.
I didn't know that because I don't watch it.
I don't. Well,
I used to.
I don't have cable, but yeah, they're still making episodes.
So yeah, the Peter Griffin Crusaders going across the I forget where the fuck they are, Pakistan.
Yes, they are currently in Pakistan.
Karachi.
Right.
Yeah, they're going through Pakistan to Karachi,
That is
which
yes.
is a country in Pakistan or a city.
Yep.
I don't know.
I'm pretty sure it's a
And-
city.
Something like that.
But
Yeah,
yes.
it's the formal capital of Pakistan with a population of 6 million people.
Crazy.
That's what
So
it says
crazy.
here. Hong Kong.
Yeah, and they have Enya in tow, which could have led to some comedy or drama down the line. Shame that Araki was so quick to axe her. But oh well.
True, because she's just chilling in
And
the
yeah.
back seat.
Chilling with the
Then,
boys.
because
Sitting in the front
They
seat,
need,
kicking in the back seat. Gotta eat.
well, gotta eat some doner kebab, the hamburger of the Middle East.
Apparently.
Yeah,
And-
it's Iraqi trivia time. This time with kebabs and haggling.
What is up with
Yeah.
that, man? It's
It's
so weird.
Iraqi just likes going places, and like I guess he takes notes and he just has to use every single note he has,
Yeah,
even
so
if
he can
he's
flip
got to
some
like
people.
yeah. I
You know
went
this?
to places.
I knew this. Yeah.
It's so
Yeah.
funny.
Then Joseph uses his eBay bidding skills to get the guy to lower the price for the kebabs. Which actually we
Yeah.
find out that he got hacked because he usually sells them for less.
Is this just Steely Dan's day job? Like actually?
Must be. Yeah, because I was always wondering. I'm like, so he just set up the shop hoping that they'd show up, or is he
And I
like
guess he-
naturally like a resident of this town?
And he naturally just selling kebabs.
Because I believe it, because this is a nice town. It has like a cafe. There's a jewelry store we see
Yeah.
later.
He's just like he's probably one of the most normal looking enemies that the Crusaders fight compared to like Darby and Alessi,
Yeah.
ZZ, yeah. Strength or Forever. Forever is very normal looking actually.
Not really.
I'd be
'cause
friends with
have
that
you seen,
monkey.
like, an orangutan's face.
They
This is not
typically
a normal
don't
looking
wear
orangutan.
seaman outfits. They don't
Yeah,
normally
they
wear
can if they
cool
put one
clothes
on.
like that. Monkeys wearing clothing is
But
fun.
lunchtime.
It's not
cut
lunch-
short by Enya waking
Enya-
up.
And dying, just straight up.
Yeah, she wakes up and then she has like a a little old person episode, and then her face explodes.
As one does.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
she's just
After-
so put off by how Steely Dan holds the sunglasses that her face just like gives up.
Yeah. And
All the
it
worms
turns
come
out to
out.
be a flesh bud. And after being pretty much just a plot point meant to help get Kakyoin and Polnareff into the good guy side quickly. It's cool that the Flesh Buds are back into prominence again for this arc.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because I was always wondering the first time I was watching it, like, where'd they go? Or isn't this, like, more of an issue?
Yeah.
But apparently,
think-
it's this one, and then bye-bye.
I always got like the idea that like pretty much all of the people that Dio sends like after them, like aside from like a very small minority, most of them he doesn't have to use the flesh blood because they're already like evil or like following him for their own selfish reasons.
Pretty much.
Yeah, because
It's-
they're all, like, hitmen and stuff, and assassins.
Yeah.
We only know of like 4 people that have had Flesh Buds put into them by Dio. One of them is just like a retroactive example from like a later part.
Hmm.
Well, now you're making me curious, but I guess I'll have to wait.
What
If
kind
you watch
of
the first
curious?
10 episodes of Part 4, like Mike claims you have, you should have already seen this guy.
He's Mr. Tumor.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh well. Anyway, Enya's dead.
Well,
Oh
Yeah.
yeah,
yeah.
you stole the words right out of my mouth, yeah.
Yeah. And even though she's an enemy, it's nice how everyone is very appalled by how Enya is killed and like try to help. Even Polnareff, after everything like she put him through, he's like he knows that like that was mean. That was rude what Dan just did.
Whoa, not cool, dude. Come on.
Whoa.
You know what's really rude about Dan that I just noticed?
What?
So for the first few panels after he takes off his robe, his shirt doesn't have a cloth on the shoulders, but after Enya dies, it does.
He stole her cloth.
Yes, yeah,
Makes sense.
for the shoulder part.
It's mine now. Yeah.
Anyways,
And, yeah.
Joseph kneels down and is starting to like try one last effort to get Enya to tell him about Dio's stand, but
And she
she
doesn't.
refuses, saying, "I'll never tell," being loyal to Dio till the end.
Yep. And that's the end of
Which really does show, it's a really good scene of showing that Dio, despite how horrible he is, he has enough charisma that these people are like, even after he's clearly betrayed them, they're willing to like continue his will.
Yeah. It's
It's definitely interesting compared to like the Dio we saw in part 1, who's just an asshole, showing that now that he has like his cults, that people are like, he's definitely done some thinking while in his coffin in the ocean all those years.
Yeah.
Well, it's
It's like-
definitely like
He's a better people person.
yeah.
What are you saying, Dylan?
Well, I mean, it's like he's definitely like choosing the right people like to serve under him. Like he's not choosing
Yeah.
people that would actually like give it away. Like he's putting thought into it. Like Ezra said.
Yeah. It's like
He's
what Endul
cautious.
says. Even evil needs an evil savior.
Mhm.
And yeah, so Dan is set up right here as a very punchable opponent. From the outset, you're waiting to see his face get caved in, but that's not going to be happening for a little while because as soon as
Also, really good service at this cafe.
oh yeah, they're quick.
Yeah, like he
They don't
got his
even
drink
care that an
so
old lady's
fast,
dying.
and like that's
Oh, yeah.
that. And the
He
second
probably
that
just had
Enya
it set
died,
up
he
for the
just got his
dramatic
drink.
flair.
I
I
would
can believe
it.
that as well.
Yeah.
I mean, he did own a restaurant, so
Yeah, maybe he's a regular. Maybe this is his
kebab
cafe too.
somewhere. Maybe.
He's been waiting for them
I'd
for
believe it.
months. He even bought his own cafe.
Even before they set out to Egypt, he's been waiting.
Exactly. He knew it all along.
Yeah.
Maybe one day
And
four
yeah,
men
this
will
is,
come and kill an old lady.
When they do, his drink. It's right here. So yeah, the arc gets going once Jotaro hits him, but then Joseph also goes flying back, and we find out it's the work of his stand, the Lovers. What's the Lovers mean, Ezra? Tell me your knowledge.
Oh, give me a sec.
The
I'm
lovers.
sorry, I had
just-
work today. I did not prepare for this. I'm sorry.
I kind of thought the
Wow.
lovers would be like 2 stands or something. Cause like
That's many.
it's the lovers plural.
Eh.
Yeah, I thought Dan would have one in his head as well as Joseph, but no.
Or something like that, yeah. Or it would be 2 people with the same stand. That'd be interesting.
Ah, like
That would be cool, yeah.
has there
Name of the Boom.
that was what I'm thinking of. Yeah, there. Tomb of the Boom is
Name
a
of the
stand
Boom
that's
and Tattoo You.
right. Tattoo You. That was the other one. Those are part
Okay.
7 though.
I got it. All right.
What
so
is it?
upright. The lovers stands for love, harmony, relationship values, alignment, and choices. Versus the reversed, self-love, disharmony, imbalance, misalignment of values. So basically everything that Dan is.
Yeah, Dan is definitely all of
The
those
nose with
things.
that one, yeah.
Yeah,
That's him.
yeah, and the
Fucking
lovers, and the lovers is a very lovers is a very technical stand, and after a lot of like powerhouse stands in a row, like Justice, um, Wheel of Fortune, Emperor and Hanged Man. It works very well as this like little like very rule centric stand that really can't like do the punchies that a lot of Part 3 stands can too. And it
Yeah.
works it works well. There's a lot of stuff going on in this arc. The flesh butt gives us kind of a ticking clock. It has ways of keeping the arc from ending like too early, and like it's something that pretty much forces all 4 of the currently going around Crusaders to like all be doing something, and it's framed as being like the weakest stand, which is
Okay,
interesting.
well, they say that a lot in JoJo is like, this is the weakest stand. When clearly
Yeah.
there's always going to be a weaker stand or a
Well,
stand
like-
that has like a worse thing for its user to summon it.
By like weakest, I think it is specifically referring to physical strength.
Yeah.
Like it's not like a weak like overall, but it's not,
Right.
it's small. And,
It's
Yes.
yeah, but it's an interesting way of framing it, and it helps give like weight to stuff that he says. You know.
yeah,
Hmm.
that's
And
cool.
yeah, that's yeah, and so he's got the lovers in Joseph's brain, setting up a flesh bud that'll kill him eventually. And if like Dan gets hit, as he proves when he asks a kid to hit him with a broom, Joseph feels it, but like way harder, so they can't just out and out kill him. And then he beats up the kid just to prove that he's still a douche of steel.
Yeah, because
Which
the kid
he
hits him
is.
twice, even though he always told him to hit him once.
Gotta
The
know
kid
these.
was like, if I use you as a pinata, I get money each time? But
I
Dan
love-
says no.
I love the smile on the kid's face when he hits him a second time. He's like, "Yeah, I get to beat this guy up." And
More money,
meanwhile-
please.
Yeah, even like his little face is like, are you gonna give me more dollars?
Come on, come on.
He hits him in
Nope.
like the back of the kneecap too, of all places.
Yeah.
It's amazing Dan didn't fall down.
He's of steel.
Oh.
True.
Like this kid, like however hard Dan hit him, this kid is like, there's a lot of blood coming out of his mouth.
Tough little boy.
Because there's like, it's like a little geyser of blood, then there's a splatter at the top. Like, how many times did you get hit?
Yeah. Jotaro's ready to just kind of take the easiest way and just see if he can kill Dan fast enough so that it won't like bounce back to Joseph. But Kakyoin is there to tell him like, no, stop, that's stupid, stop. They don't. These two, oddly enough, for like the Joe Bro, as the fandom calls him, they don't interact much. But like, it seems like this where we really kind of see like the kind of dynamic they have.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because I always thought the Jobro in Part 3 got split between Kakyoin and Polnareff.
Yeah.
Because after Kakyoin gets taken out during the Geb fight, Polnareff kind of takes over during Anubis, Alessi, a bit during the later,
Hmm.
which we'll get to
Yeah.
that eventually.
Yeah, but there's still bits to like you can dig through to see the dynamic between Kakyoin and Jotaro, and yeah, it's kind of thanks to him that we have the setup for what everyone's doing this arc. Jotaro's staying behind with Dan to make sure like
Nothing
I don't
happens to
know,
him.
yeah, make sure nothing happens to him. Essentially, Joseph runs off to find a TV, and once he finds one at like a TV store, he's using Hermit Purple to project onto it, like where the lovers is in his brain. And lastly, we got the Strike Force duo, Kakyoin and Polnareff, who are going to do something that we'll never see again: shrink their stands.
True.
Something so mundane, you'd think it would like come up again, but
Right.
no.
Yeah.
No, it's never really any reason beyond now. It makes sense, and it makes sense why we never like see it again. Why this isn't something they need to do often, but
Yeah,
like
because the opportunity
this
doesn't
is
come up.
yeah, but like this is you can tell like Araki just wanted to do a kind of like fantastic journey arc.
Yeah, because he's doing like the inner space thing.
Yeah,
Inside someone because there's something attacking.
yeah,
Cool.
pretty much. I remember Ash when we were watching this. She hates those kinds of episodes of shows, and she hated this one.
Oh yeah, I
It was-
agree. I hate that. It's so gross.
I think it's fun,
I don't mind it.
but
Then
that's
again,
just because kind of a freak. I'm
yeah,
a weirdo.
Mike, you fucking weird guy. You and your body
My-
horror.
Yeah.
I like body horror.
Why
I
do
just
you
don't like
think
going inside the body.
it's like a
Well,
reversible?
well, that was also kind of a lie, but hey, let's not go there. Anyways, we get the famous Jotaro as a bridge scene where
Oh yeah, Jojo abridged.
yeah, funny joke.
Funny.
How funny.
And so actually, I would kind of think this would be kind of bad for Dan because, what if you do trip? Because I bet Jotaro, despite his rectangle physique, isn't that sturdy.
He looks pretty sturdy. I
I don't know,
like,
but like, what if like the leg? That would be like I don't know, like walking on a log.
he could get Star Platinum to help him.
True.
Yeah. There we go.
And if he like grabs him by like
yeah.
the collar of his shirt, wouldn't that like hang Joseph?
Yes.
And I'm overthinking it anyway.
Yes.
Yeah,
he
don't think about it
he's-
too much.
Yeah, this is an arc kind of like supported by exclusive. Like, yeah, we could always shrink our stands. Yeah, of course,
Yeah,
of course,
like
this
use
isn't
the Emerald
affecting them.
Splash in Joseph's head. Of course, nothing bad happens.
Do you think if
Yeah.
Dan took a shit, then Joseph's asshole would be stretched?
I think it would
Again,
feel
let's
like
not
this
think about
stretching.
it too much. That'd be an oh my god moment.
What happens?
True.
Oh yeah, oh yeah, there was something I wanted to say. One thing I like about this arc that we're seeing a lot of in this arc is like character acting through the stands with Hierophant Green and Silver Chariot, because they're just they're out the whole time, and like the users aren't inside there, so we have to see like a lot of the posing, a lot of the dialogue, a lot of like the shocked expressions coming through the stands instead of the users, which is nice, because they're good designs. And yeah, the lovers. Yeah,
Isn't it like that? The stands, like people speak through their stands, right? So like,
yeah.
Yeah, they
do
do.
the stands not have their own personalities or something?
Some
do
do,
they?
but some don't.
It's weird.
Yes. Yeah, some do, and like I think it's implied later in like one of the part 5 stands that like if a stand and the user are kind of like separated for any reason, the stand will kind of like have a bit of a personality of itself. Not really a
Like-
personality, but just like characteristics.
Or like kind of like Anubis, where it's
Yeah,
yeah.
there are some like Anubis where they're just like they have their own personality separate from
Mm-hmm.
the user. Those are rare, but
Yeah,
like
'cause
it's still
The
around.
post-mortem stand.
Interesting.
Yeah, there's post-mortem stands too.
Anubis and one other.
Lovers, they're up in the brain, and Hierophant and Chariot head up there to do battle. We see
So
the lovers' design. It's pretty cool.
yeah. Well,
It kind of
so
that bug and
oh yeah, it
A little
looks
bit
kind
of
of
a
like an alien.
crustacean.
Yeah, definitely.
eerie looking.
Yeah, it's
But
got
yeah,
You don't want it in you.
on the way up there, Hierophant and Silver Chariot, Silver Chariot, like he cuts a hole like in the side of like a blood vessel, but they're like microscopic, but then there's just blood spurting out. But how is the blood like that small if they're microscopic?
don't question it.
No, I'm questioning. Yeah.
Yeah, just don't think. This is not really
Who
a
knows?
thinking arc.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because next, Jotaro gives Steely Dan a back scratch, and it makes Joseph just freak out because he's ticklish.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'd
Yeah.
imagine
So
that
much
would be
that
like
Everybody starts thinking he's crazy, and they start giving him money. Like it's hard to
Yeah,
take
they're
care of an
like-
older relative.
I mean, it is, but it's so funny. There's here you go, here's some money, and then Kakyoin and Polnareff are really confused. Like, why are they throwing change at us?
Yeah, yeah.
Calm down,
Just
Mr.
buy the TV. Let's
Joestar.
go. Calm your tits, sir.
true.
Yeah. I forget where he says this, but Steely Dan has a line that I liked, which is everything begins once you've acknowledged your own weaknesses. I like that line, even if it's coming from a bad guy.
It is.
It shows that
pretty-
he's like well trained. He's obviously somebody like it's not confirmed or anything, but I expect he's like a born stand user, given how like not he knows what his deal is, and
Yeah.
he's got a very strong grasp on what the lovers is capable of.
It's also interesting to know because Dio is entrusting him with the spores for the flesh bud, which can't
Yeah.
just come to just anyone.
That's
Since
true.
the flesh bud is now attacking Polnareff and Kakyoin.
I doubt he'd be handing out flesh buds to ZZ or Devo. Those guys don't get buds.
Oh yeah. Here you go, Devo.
Yeah.
You
Yeah,
cursed-
just salt bay them down to them. Here's some buds.
Maybe.
Um,
And then we
yeah.
find out the lover's real plan is it's in there chopping up Joseph's brain and feeding it to the flesh bud.
and it's also making more of itself.
Yeah. It's just like taking
Yeah,
the
because we see that
brain
after
cells.
Polnareff attacks it.
There was 2 Hierophants, but one of them was a lover's.
Oh
Whoa.
my god.
It's us.
But so like it's damaging Joseph's brain. So like is he just going to be brain damaged from now on?
Hasn't he always been? Don't think. You're thinking again.
I
I
am,
think
yes.
it's the lover's arc.
I tend to think when I'm reading, but I guess I'll have to learn to not.
Fool.
Then we get to a scene I really like, especially in the anime. And that is when Lovers is like wailing on Polnareff, and Joseph tells him, Polnareff, you need to withdraw, you're gonna die. And then Polnareff, he starts to cry, especially in the anime, it's more prominent, and says, I'm not just gonna stand here and watch you die like that. Because, he's kind of recalling back on Avdol. And it's kind of a really nice scene in the anime.
Yeah. Polnareff's probably like the most changing character of this whole part.
I agree, because I think you can
Mhm.
if you look at every arc that Polnareff plays a major role in, you can see that he slowly changes as it goes.
Hmm.
He's slowly becoming more calm and a better, more cerebral fighter.
Definitely.
I agree.
Yeah. We also have a scene of Dan forces Jotaro to like steal something from a jewelry store, but then he calls him out on it to get the guys to beat the shit out of him.
Actually, this is funny because this is probably the most watched scene on YouTube I have, but for a very weird reason.
What's
I
that?
watch it dubbed, and I was always wondering because they have three actors who are playing these guys. It's Patrick Seitz, who plays Dio. Chris, I
Right.
can't pronounce his last name, but he plays Abdal. And the third one I could never get until there's a random scene because he plays a certain person's bodyguard in the last episode of Stardust Crusaders, and it's the guy who plays
Oh.
Hol Horse.
Huh. Funny.
Yeah.
Because they just had him. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, they had him
Hey.
lying around, so they're just like, "Hey, play these guys."
Dust him off, pull him out of the closet,
Nice.
broom closet.
I'd imagine they do that a lot.
Hmm.
Dude.
I know. Patrick Seitz was also Star Platinum for the first few episodes. I think we
talked
mentioned
about
that before.
last time.
Right.
Dylan didn't know the Sands talked.
Right. And yeah, I think that leads us to the last leg of the fight, which is where as the lovers is pretty much a horde of clones, and they can't figure out which one is which. Kakyoin has the idea of just get them all, or not get them all, but like search them all at the same time.
Puts his tendrils
Yeah.
out, and he grabs the one that's real.
Yeah, he tentacles them. And
I
then
don't
he's
know
able
how
to-
he figures that out, but he does.
Uh,
Again,
t-
don't think.
Tentacle magic.
Exactly.
Obviously.
Yeah, so they find the real one, and they force him out of Joseph's head. I forget if the manga shows this, but the anime definitely shows it of Joseph using Hamon on his own head to destroy the leftover spores.
So wait, where exactly
Uh,
was this? Because I did not
What?
catch
I'm
this.
looking right now.
It's right after Lovers is expelled from Joseph's head. I definitely remember that from the anime because it's I take note. Huh.
It's not in the manga.
I guess you just gotta like assume that happened off screen.
Yeah. So like, I know we had this conversation like earlier, but like, I just really have a problem with like, why didn't Joseph like use Hamon to get rid of the bud immediately? Because like presumably, the bud is like a vampire power. It's like literally Dio's cells, so Hamon is effective against it.
Okay, I was thinking about that, and my thought is, if he does it, what if the lovers accidentally decides to kill switch him?
Yeah, he's messing around with. He's able to mess around with his brain cells.
Isn't like
Yeah,
the
he just cut the
idea
cord and
that he couldn't
no
do
more.
that immediately? That's why he had the bud
Right, because
for
it's
like
the
extra
weakest.
insurance.
Hmm.
I'm pretty sure that was the case. So like I don't know.
I don't know.
I just
But-
thought like, oh yeah, and like I even have a note like about how they never acknowledged the sport afterwards in the manga. Cause I was like, I was like thinking about this a lot, like as I was reading it, and I don't know, I just
Who knows?
I just had a problem.
Which is
with it.
weird, because something I noticed through this reread was that for like the next few arcs, the Sun, Death 13, all the way up to about High Priestess, they're talking about how, what if Lovers comes and gets us? What if Lovers comes after us again? I was thinking,
Yeah.
why are they so content with him coming back?
Are they? Where?
Yeah,
What?
they do it like 3 or 4 times in the translation I
Really?
read.
I don't remember that either.
It's like when they bought the plane from for the Death 13 baby.
Oh,
Lovers,
like
maybe Dan can sneak on there with us, or
Oh yeah.
do you think
it's-
Dan could find this
what-
island?
it wasn't like. I don't think they were talking about
Him
Dan
specifically.
specific.
But
Yeah,
like,
they were like making note of like the range or the speed, like not even something like the lovers with such a long range can follow us on a plane.
True.
yeah, because
Just
we
watch
at
out
this
for
point
old men.
we'd already encountered. Well, the lovers is like one of the few that we've encountered already that there's not really an like a range that it can be controlled at. Like it can be controlled at pretty much any range. Like, and we even see this with the later one.
Right. It's one of the very it's one of the few in part 3 super long range
Mm-hmm.
stands.
Yeah.
So they just kind of like use it as the example of like a long range stand for a while, I guess.
Yeah.
But yeah, that brings us to the end of the arc where Dan is reduced to a sniveling little beggar to Jotaro, and he tries to get away with just the broken leg and
Arm
arm.
and leg.
Yeah, and Jotaro seems like, yeah, sure, that's good enough. But then Dan tries to take like a little girl hostage, same way he did Joseph. But turns out Kakuin's got his bros back, already caught the lovers. And then Lovers tries to get in Jotaro's brain, but Star Platinum grabs him. Or wait, did I mix those two up?
No.
No, you got it right. But also, this little girl is like adorable.
Hmm.
You know, like in the anime, she's like, I don't know, she's playing around. It's like, oh, that's a cute little girl.
Yeah, well, you gotta make Dan seem as scummy as possible.
Yeah, like, oh, you had threatened this like harmless
This
little girl.
this little cherub, this innocent little cherub.
Even
Yeah.
in the manga, she has like this giant like
Ah,
uh flash around her, and she's playing with I don't know, two other kids.
yeah. Who cares? It's a random little girl.
Yeah, but
And two.
anyways, after giving Dan like two chances to just get out of there,
Yeah,
Jotaro
Jotaro
finally
just
decides
fuck it. You're dead. Pretty much. And
the second 4-page auras.
he gives him the super Aurora, the second longest Aura montage barrage in the series.
Only second?
Yes.
Yeah, it's not for a while. It's not in this part, but eventually you'll get
See. I
to
mean,
the
what do you expect
super
against
barrage.
some guy that's about to kill a little girl? Come
Yeah,
on,
he
dude.
deserves it.
Yeah, took him
Jot-
out.
Jotaro
Dan was
does
made to
not
be as
forgive.
hateable as possible.
We don't even know if he's dead. He just gets like punched into this hotel, and you're like, did I kill him or is he still alive? Doesn't really matter.
Well, I mean, he is Dan of Steel. I wouldn't be surprised.
Have they like killed anyone yet?
They
Or Gray, Evo,
Tower of Grey, Devo, yes.
possibly
Probably,
ZZ,
yeah, probably ZZ, honestly.
Jay
Um,
Guile.
Jay Guile, yes.
Oh, true.
Empress,
So they killed Nina.
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay. Because I noticed like in the last couple of arcs that like we read through just in this section that like they never killed anyone and they just like always left them alive and like it was said that they like retired or whatever.
Yeah, because they kill
Yeah,
also like Captain Tennille. They kill Forever. They killed like everyone from the first parts.
Yes.
more
Gosh.
disposable ones, I guess.
So yeah, I guess
Strange.
it's not completely out there if Dan's dead.
I
Yeah,
believe it.
he's kind of in that range.
Yeah, and that's
Also,
the
my
lovers.
version, the
Yep,
version in between the lovers and the sun has this little picture of a Avdol on a horse.
nice.
I don't know why he's just there.
Because
Just
he's never
chilling.
ridden a horse because he's from Egypt. So he got to
They
ride a he got to ride a
don't
horse.
horses don't exist.
Yes, they don't exist in Egypt. So he saw a horse and he was really excited, so he had someone take a picture of him on it. And that's why it's there.
That's cute. I like that.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah,
That's
that's the
canon.
lovers, and now we go into the sun.
I would also like to go into the sun right now.
Nice.
Yep.
Yeah. And let me say now, let me mention now that like either watching this in the anime form or reading like the collected volume, and like having seen the table of contents in either the original tankobon or these jojoniums I've got, kind of like it actually ruins the main joke of the arc. You're meant to think this is this like super long
Yeah.
running arc being set up, this super powerful foe. But the whole joke is that like at the end of 2 chapters, they figure out the stupid bit keeping the, the guy hidden,
Yeah.
and they just end it. And even Joseph's like, "That's it. That was fast."
This guy sucks.
Yeah,
I actually say that this actually makes a really good one shot.
it does. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you want to like get someone into JoJo, you should just show them this episode. If they like it, they can watch it. If not, then they probably won't like it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. The anime expands on it a lot. They have a sort of like they have like a cold open, like a how we got here cold open, and that like it's the middle of the episode, and then they go back like 5 hours earlier, and
Yeah,
they also have a scene at a car dealership. Joseph buys like a really expensive car. Polnareff hits on
yeah,
a
because
lady.
they're in Abu Dhabi.
Yeah, it's like a super ritzy
Is
town.
Yeah.
actually before they do this, I like that they point out that due to the political instability in Iraq and Iran, the group took an alternate route.
That is
Dodged a
interesting.
bullet there. Yeah,
It's
Good
a
old times.
Iraqi didn't have to like get too deep into that.
Yeah.
it's funny that like world circumstances like that is affecting the story.
Yeah, with Vampire Man in Egypt.
Yeah, as I said, real.
Real, yeah.
Yeah. So yeah,
So anyway, they're in Abu
uh,
Dhabi.
yeah,
They still
take
think people are following them.
yeah, I didn't see any like hint of Arabia Fats's like mirror car thing in the panels, but maybe I just kind of missed it.
Yeah,
But
that's what
that's
I was
probably the
thinking
point.
too. Is there like any shot of him like in his little car just following them around?
Anything like obviously mirrored in one of the panels? I didn't see anything, but maybe I
Yeah,
just
I
missed
didn't
it.
either.
Yeah,
There's like
and
shots of Kakyoin looking out the window, Joseph looking out the window.
I guess that's kind of like the point. Like he's probably is there, but at this point, it's still like camouflaged. I'm not supposed to see it.
But anyway, Joseph wants to buy a Cessna, which is a tiny plane.
Isn't
But
that
Jotaro says no.
isn't that? Oh yeah, that's the anime scene. And
Yeah,
yeah,
so they can cross the Arabian desert.
right. And so instead, they take that car and trade it for 4 camels and some stuff. And
And some water.
in the manga, that none of this is shown. It just cuts to them with the camels.
Yeah.
'Cause it's just 2 chapters. They're trying to
It's
stretch it into a
just
whole episode.
Joseph doesn't have a brain arc, which I guess he has like the lasting effect of the lovers, because
That's
Joseph is just terrible this arc.
that's fair. He's probably working with he's not playing with a full hand here. I don't feel so good. I had a little alien digging around up there.
And yeah, he's trying to climb this camel, which actually fun because I actually knew this before because I read about it in a book when I was like 10. But camels are extremely mean.
Yeah, they're
They're
weird.
violent to their owners if they really don't like them, and they will let you know it.
Iggy should have hung out with a camel at some point.
Should have, and then they spit on you. They can bite you. Like sometimes people that are like the owner will like, here, take my shirt, rip it up because it has like the owner's scent, so the camel can just like tear it up.
Yeah, let out some aggression.
Yeah, because they have like sharp teeth and shit. So
Camel therapy.
honestly,
I like.
and then of course,
I like this. I like this camel scene. This feels like classic Joseph. Like
Yeah.
like when he tried to do that string trick with the room full of vampires, and it's so obvious that he's just like, ah, fuck it, you always saw it.
Which actually is funny that he's okay with the camels, but he really hates cows. The exact reason that of what the camel does to him is that they spit.
Oh yeah, they slobber.
Yeah, because Joseph had said in his
It's
bio he hates
sunscreen.
cows because they slobber.
It's sunscreen. Trust me.
He also drops his movie knowledge by saying he knows how to handle the camels by watching Lawrence of Arabia.
Though he fell asleep twice.
But yeah, it's a 3-hour movie.
I
Yeah,
don't
Oh,
even know what the
it's
fuck
actually
it is.
almost 4 hours.
dang.
Yeah, it's one of those long epics, like the Ten Commandments, where
Right.
it's supposed to be taking place in Arabia, but everyone's white.
Yeah, you know.
Yeah,
That's
one
how
of
it
those
is.
movies.
Yeah.
It's the old-fashioned Endgame.
Mm. So yeah, they're off on Camelback, heading through the desert. It's real hot. This is like the only for a story that takes place like more than half of it, like a good 75% of it is in like desert countries. They don't really like have the whole it's so hot. We're dealing with the heat kind
Well,
of
because they're from
stuff that
Japan,
much.
and apparently Japanese people are just like that. I don't know.
Yeah, but Polnareff's French.
Oh
He's
yeah,
white as a
Yeah,
ghost.
honestly. Also, Joseph is British.
I'm
Lives in
I'm
America.
I'm
The
joking.
the two whitest.
No, he also lives in New York of all places, so y'all should know that's not nearly as like hot as where I'm at.
Bro,
South.
it was 90 degrees today and yesterday.
Oh, poor
Exactly.
baby. Poor baby. It's 90 degrees.
Uh, Actually, it was
Anyway, we get this really
94. But yes, go on.
Actually it was 117, but please go on. I'm cool. I'm tough.
Alright. So anyway, we get this really funny visual gag in the manga where you watch Kakyoin, Joseph, and Polnareff watching Joseph ride the camel. And then it shows them slowly, like, their eyes go to the side and then down.
Oh
So
yeah.
implying that he fell off.
Yeah, that's fun.
Again, Joseph is, like, terrible in this arc. Not his best arc.
Not his best showing.
No.
But that's
yeah.
okay. He had his brain dug through.
Yeah, he's
I'll
still
let
recovering.
let it slide.
Yeah, he didn't get a break because they had to go to Egypt and rescue Holly.
Yeah.
So anyway, so then we finally get a look at our stand, the sun, which I have it ready.
Oh,
Okay, so the sun, upright, it is positivity, fun, warmth, success, and vitality. This is the reversed version of it, which is inner child, feeling down, and overly optimistic.
yeah. That
That's fair.
the reverse side definitely makes sense.
Yeah.
Everybody's negative this arc because it's so freaking hot.
Actually, a lot of people say the sun is a really weak stand, but I just think it has a really dumb user.
Yeah,
has
Because
that's
if
what
you
I
like
was
lasers.
release
thinking.
this thing inside like a major city or something,
Mhm.
everyone is dead. You have like melting buildings and shit.
Yeah, and you're not gonna be
No,
able to
this
find the
guy,
guy because there's so many people out there
yeah. Versus like
in the
this guy
middle
who's
of the
just
desert.
going after them in a desert of all places. Like if he attacked them in Abu Dhabi, that
Yeah,
would not be okay.
exactly.
But no, like you
Yeah.
just start blasting, guns blazing or suns blazing,
Uh,
and no one's gonna beat you. Since he's stupid and he hides in his little car, he doesn't win.
he's a funny little man in a funny little car.
Also, one thing I noticed is the reflection trick that he does with the mirror. This is actually they actually incorporate that trick a couple times, I think. I know they do it
Like in the background.
yeah, no, Polnareff does it once in what arc is it? I don't remember. One of the
Lessie.
last yeah, in Alessi. And
He
I
uses the
think I
lefties.
think there was another one in this section where one of them like used the mirror trick
Oh, like I see what you're saying.
like as camouflage.
I remember Joseph did it against Straits back in part 2.
Oh, maybe he did.
Yeah, because he like look above me. The clock is wrong. This is a mirror.
Of all people who should have figured this out, it should have been Joseph, but
That's
he's the only one who didn't.
yeah.
We call that
Oh, wow.
irony.
Mm. That's true. Yeah, it's irony, and yeah. So they're boiling. They're
Realize
broiling out
that
there.
the sun should not be there, even though it's
Nighttime.
8:10 in the evening.
Yeah, it's a little late for the sun, and it just keeps getting hotter. Eventually, even the camels start dying,
Yeah.
and then lasers even.
If the
Lasers.
camels are dying, how are they not dying?
They're in the
Don't
shade.
think about it. Yeah.
They got in the shade.
What
They
with
got
their with their very light skin.
yeah, they got in the shade. They're chilling.
They're not scorpions, like the scorpion that's getting Thanos right now.
Oh, yeah.
Dissolves.
Co-
And of
Kakyoin,
course,
Kakyoin
Kakyoin sends out
tries-
Hierophant, which, the water stand.
the
Gotta
Gemerald,
go after it.
and yeah, he gets lasered for it because it's so far. It's too far away.
Yeah.
And yeah, it seems like we're getting this build up to this powerful enemy, this super long battle that's about to take place out in the desert, where anyone could die at any moment. But
Everyone starts, going nuts.
yeah,
Or at
Joseph
least
thinks
Joseph thinks they're going nuts because they're all laughing, but they're actually
even
laughing about the
Jotaro's
mirror.
even Jotaro's laughing for once, and Kakyoin for once. They're just cracking up.
And you
They're
get
having
the
a good all
best
time.
line from Joseph after his binoculars get shot. He just says, "Son of the bitch!"
Son of the bitch.
Yeah.
Yeah, he saw his son at the beach.
True.
And when his son was there, he threw a rock and it hit a guy in a mirror car.
Yeah.
Actually, let's talk about Arabia Fats, because he's named after Fats Domino, who
Right.
a lot of people I don't know if they assume he did, because he did a cover of this, but he wrote the Beatles song Lady Madonna.
Huh.
And he a lot of the time he was like a huge inspiration, maybe like a trainer for a lot of people, but he never wanted to take credit, which could be seen here by this guy who just hides in his little car, doesn't really go out there and haha, the sun is gonna defeat all of you.
It's me.
He gets one shot and you just hear "ow," and he gets hit, and that's it for him.
I love how
That's
this
good.
guy is wearing a shirt with a sun on it. He's
Right, his brand.
yeah.
This is his he's like a low effort aesthetic, how characters Alessi walk around in weird ass clothing. Characters like Mariah, they want to be seen. There are characters that go hard on the aesthetic of what they are, like Miki Taka with all of his aliens bling.
Yeah.
Not Hermes. Weather Report with his cloudy looking hat. This guy just has a T-shirt that has the sun on it. Yeah, that's my thing.
It's the sun.
I don't want any jewelry or nothing. I don't want any weird leotard stuff. Just a T-shirt. It's got the sun on it.
He kind of looks like a cab driver.
Hey, it does.
I see this guy and I think, oh, that's what cab drivers look like in movies.
Maybe that's what he does.
Maybe.
That's his
Anyway,
job.
the anime adds a scene where he has you can see it in the manga. He has a little drink, maybe a soda or something, and Polnareff in the anime he just steals it and drinks it for himself. I'm like, that was rude, Polnareff.
Well, I
almost
mean,
killed
it's
him.
hot as fuck out.
He didn't offer any.
He
Yeah, and that
Nah,
they
fuck
just
him.
they just take his stuff, and Joseph's
Right.
left wondering it's over. That was only 2 chapters. Are you sure?
They just
Yeah.
leave him out in the desert like the Wheel of Fortune dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, basically.
Oh well.
That drink was watered down as hell too.
Probably. And yeah, that's the sun.
That's the sun, and now we're opening
Moving on.
number 5.
Moving on to Death 13.
13, which actually has kind of the best stand name out of all the tarots.
I wonder
Doesn't that just
why
sound
it's
powerful? Death 13.
yeah. I wonder why like that's the is it even called Death 13 in the like
Arrow?
when
I don't believe so.
no when Rubber Soul mentioned it along with like Emperor and Empress and Hanged Man, what did he
No, he
call it?
just says death.
Right. I wonder why
He's
Araki.
saying which ones they're based off of.
I mean, yeah, but like all the others have like the same name. Like Empress is called Empress, but he said Rubber Soul says Death, and here it's called Death 13. I wonder, and that's the only one with a number. Some of the earlier ones had like colors, but the rest are just kind of like the tarot card name. This one has the only one with a number. I wonder why.
Maybe because 13 is an unlucky number.
Right.
Yeah.
I guess yeah. But yeah, Death 13, the arc opens up with a very effective cold open of Kakuin waking up in some strange amusement park. He doesn't know how he got there. He's on a Ferris wheel in his pajamas somehow. Sets up a very. He hears a baby crying too, like in the distance. It sets up a very creepy atmosphere right off the bat, making all the. It makes all of like the setting up what they are, where they are, and what they're doing stuff afterwards feel tense instead of just waiting for the bad guy to show up, like with the camel scene in The Sun, or like the kebab scene in Lovers. You're just kind of sitting there thinking like, okay, when's the bad guy gonna show up? When's stuff gonna happen?
Yeah.
As they're doing all that stuff in this one, like driving out to get the Cessna, taking off in the plane, you're tense because you just had this scene. You know
Yeah.
something's amiss.
Obviously, when you see the dog.
Oh
Well,
yeah,
yeah, you just see a cute little innocent dog. Nothing's
it's
Gonna
bad
die.
is gonna happen. It's gonna be
and then
okay.
and then something bad happens.
Yeah, he
Oh
gets the
no.
tarot card on the balloon, and
And
the Clown Reaper shows up.
Yeah,
I agree with the Dream Reaper.
and
Yeah.
brutal
Are you
murder
having repressed
ensues.
feelings, Calculating?
It sounds like you are.
It like completely takes off this dog's face.
Oh yeah,
As you do in
as
JoJo.
one does.
Yes, it's very normal.
But luckily, like this dog's face, when I'm looking at it right now, is nowhere near as terrifying as the trailer for the new Clifford the Big Red Dog live action movie that just dropped today.
Oh
Wait.
Terrifying.
Wait, is this real?
yeah.
Yes, terrifying.
Uh,
You can watch it when we're done.
yes, I would
Let's
love
do
to.
that.
Anyway,
Yeah,
so
the
the
dog
dog gets
gets
slashed.
probably the second worst, or maybe third worst dog attack in this whole series. It's very
Okay.
graphic.
I
What's the
hate that
second
there's
one?
like, there's so
No,
many
not
that you have
the
to number them.
not the second one overall. Like the second worst one. Like this is very ghoulery. But
Mm.
maybe the one later is worse. The one I'm
I don't
thinking
know, because
of.
I think I would say it's the one from Angelo. Then
That's the
the
worst
one.
one. Yeah.
Yeah, then you get the Rubber Soul one, the one who gets beheaded.
I
I thought
don't.
that was bad too.
I think the one during near the end I think is
Oh, okay, yeah, I know what you're talking about.
yeah.
So
Uh
anyways, Kakuin is freaking out, and he finds out it's just a dream.
oh yeah. It's just Polnareff wakes him
Polnareff's
up.
just in there chilling with him.
It
It's like,
compares him
calm
to the
down, dude.
Exorcist. Chill, Kakyoin. And yeah, Kakyoin doesn't remember what was going on. He doesn't remember there was a stand. He doesn't remember what was going on in his dream. But as they go out to, as they
But
head
he
out,
notices that his hand is cut.
yeah, he notices that his hand is cut. That's true. And as he goes
And
out,
when he goes outside, he sees the dead dog.
yeah, he sees the kid crying over the dead dog, and he feels a bit of deja vu. Suspicious.
So then they come across the real problem, and that is they can't take their plane away just yet because there's this other guy trying to use it for a baby who's apparently sick.
Yeah. and they don't want to be. Yeah, the baby's got a high fever. Apparently, Death 13 has the extra power of being able to give the user a fever. I don't really.
Like that.
The fangs at least make more sense, surprisingly enough. The fact that he has fangs, we see later more clearly that like gaining or fully awakening a stand can affect a person physically. Koichi's hair changing, Mirashan's hair changing, Giorno's hair color changing, probably Risotto's eyes. I can see like why gaining his stand gave Death 13's user fangs.
True. And that the baby's design is also a horror reference.
Huh? Oh yeah.
Yeah, because you have obviously Death 13 itself is Nightmare on Elm Street.
Oh, let me
Killing you
guess.
in your dream. It happens in real life.
Let me
But
guess.
the baby.
With the big head all wrapped up in the small body, he's like a reversed Eraserhead baby.
No.
Damn it.
His design itself is based off the main villain in It's Alive, which has arguably one of the funniest trailers in my opinion. Because you can watch it for free on Amazon, but the trailer is just like a huge 30, 40 unit SWAT team running into this building. It's just like saying, "Beware! The creature! It's there!" But this baby looks almost exactly like the baby in that movie.
Huh.
Teeth and everything.
Neato.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, as to not, be the indirect cause of a baby dying, they agree with what they think is the mother's assertion that they could, they could fit a baby on there and they could just bring him along.
Yeah, of
And
course.
they decide to do that as they fly off over the desert in the Cessna, where we're still on the ground and we find out that she wasn't the mom and this lady just kind of found the kid by a well alone, and like for some reason she felt inclined to get that baby on the plane with them.
Yeah, just
Yeah.
some random lady.
It's a random
Yeah,
lady.
she's like, I don't know. She's like, because the little dude who was trying to argue with them was like, "Ma'am, would you really trust those foreigners with that?" And then she's like, "Oh, it's not my baby. It's freaking me out. I just wanted to get it away from me."
Who cares?
And he's just looking at her like, "What?"
Nani? Hmm?
Well, it's already been
Anyways, they're
done,
on
so
Yeah, they're on
the Cessna.
they're on a plane now, which really it really ramps up the tension, honestly, because we
Joseph
know
is
that the
driving.
enemy is we know that the enemy that's true. But we know that the enemy is there, but they don't. It's not like Greyfly where they're just, fighting on a plane. It's like the enemy is there and they have no idea. And that's really pulling up the tension.
Yeah, that Chekhov's revolver.
Because they even go through the effort of checking to see if the plane is a stand, or making sure nobody else is on the plane with them. Meanwhile, they're bringing this baby along. No,
That
this
wonderful dramatic irony.
this baby definitely is not a stand user. There's absolutely no way. So we're good. But they're not.
But anyways, Kakuin and Polnareff fall asleep again.
And they're in it.
They wake up.
They're in the same dream.
The Ferris wheel. Their repressed feelings.
And Polnareff is just very chill about this whole thing. Oh, it's a dream?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Ice cream.
Yeah. Oh.
Corn.
This is nice. Oh, Kakuin just swats it out of his hands. Get my popcorn.
Yeah. Popcorn.
Why'd you do that?
He gets to keep his ice cream.
That's at least nice. Until it turns into worms.
Then Polnareff is extremely comfortable with sitting next to the dead dog.
Yeah, he's just hanging out.
She's like, oh yeah, that's
who cares?
cool, I guess.
Dreams are only scary if you make them scary, Kakuin. A little life lesson from Polnareff. I hate you so much.
So then the dog has stereo and it starts talking.
Lolly ho, it says.
Also, you get a really funny reaction image where Polnareff and Kakyoin are looking at the dog, and then they look at each other
Yeah,
before the
I
speaker
love
comes
that.
out or the megaphone comes out.
I like
Yeah.
that. Yeah, that 13 just kind of comes out of the dog's head.
No, actually, going back to that image, I actually like what you wrote when we were talking about it earlier.
Well, what was my
The
caption?
it was when the food's gross, but it's all you can eat and free.
Oh yeah, it was better than my original idea.
Yeah.
And the pussy stank, but it's right there.
Nice.
That was worse.
Anyways, the megaphone comes out and the baby. Well, a Death 13. We don't know it's the baby yet, even though I'm pretty sure everyone who's watching this has a
Yeah,
pretty good idea of what it is.
as soon as
It's
you saw
screaming
the
at him.
fangs.
And
Yeah,
then, yeah, the ice cream turns into worms. Bummer.
dang.
And
Worms.
the Clown Reaper shows up.
Dang it. Dang old Clown Reapers, always ruining things.
Honestly.
Yeah.
And
But-
so then,
We find out that you can't summon a stand in a dream because Kakyoin tries, but he just ends up like posing to the side while Polnareff gets choked.
yeah, choked, and then the scythe goes into his mouth.
F. Yeah. And it looks like Polnareff's gonna die, but then he starts fading away. He starts phasing out of the dream. Joseph woke him up so he could change the baby's shitty diaper.
It's weird that Joseph knew that was happening. I think he might
Joseph
have smelled it.
Joseph
is
just
an
has that
expert.
sixth sense. He raised he
Yeah.
raised the daughter.
Yeah,
True, he had Holly.
Yeah, he's good. He's good. He's a professional.
Holly was so polite she didn't even shit as a baby. We've got to
Oh
save
my
her.
god. And so then you get this really funny thing with the baby where the baby's just like about having to have his diaper changed.
Oh yeah.
And Jotaro, of course being Jotaro, hears it and he turns around, what's going on?
Mhm. That baby
Jotaro,
shit.
the main character, you need to know things.
I'm the main
Of course-
character. Of course I know that baby shit.
Of course, Araki can't just go without drawing everything about changing this baby's diaper.
At least Polnareff is very, very bad at it. Does this look right?
Honestly,
Yeah, that's probably right.
probably.
And Polnareff doesn't even understand the concept. He's like, he shit in these. Just like, yeah, it's a
Do
diaper.
that.
He's a baby.
What do I do
Corner's
with
like-
it?
Aren't you embarrassed? Have a little decency.
So then,
That-
after that fun scene, we go to an even funner scene
Yeah,
of Kakyoin stabbing his arm.
and getting eyeballs down his throat.
Hmm
Oh my
That's a good time.
god.
And he starts
Yeah.
he starts flipping the hell out, and he ends up his body ends up kicking Joseph in the head, and they start nosediving.
What
I'm
do you
surprised that-
expect?
I'm surprised Araki didn't do something with Polnareff and the dirty diaper when the plane started nosediving. That seemed like something
Honestly,
Araki would
yeah.
do.
Rocky's sense of humor, you'd expect it.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah,
So,
and turns out Death 13 does have some like what's it called? Like, it's self-preservation. Like, hey, cut it out. You're gonna get us both killed. I'm not gonna die. That's how Kakyoin learns it's a baby, and then he starts stabbing his arm to wake up. But secretly, he's carving a message in English for some reason into his arm.
Yeah. Actually,
Maybe
let's
Joseph
do the Death
can't
13
read
tarot card.
Japanese.
Oh yeah, the Death 13 tarot card. It's in
Okay.
English, even in like the subtitled anime.
Yeah, but maybe Joseph can't read Japanese because maybe he can only speak it because it's
Probably
difficult.
not, because, or yeah, he probably can't, because, Joseph doesn't really like Japan, so I don't know why he'd learn the language.
Well, I'm sure he could speak it.
Anyway,
like reading kanji would be weird.
Yeah.
What's the Death tarot card mean?
Okay, so upright, it means endings, change, transformation, and transition.
Oh,
This is the
and
reverse,
change,
which is
like his
resistance to
diaper.
change, personal transformation, and inner purging. Which makes it really similar to Wheel of Fortune, because I think they are connected.
Huh.
Like, how Emperor and Hanged Man are connected?
Right. Maybe
That might
ZZ.
actually be why it was replaced by Rubber Soul.
Oh, maybe.
Maybe.
Maybe ZZ's the father.
Maybe.
I was gonna say
Could be
maybe
Dad.
Dio. What if
Nah, ZZ's never fucked.
Dio is the father? Oh,
Nah, it's not white enough.
yeah. Well, he could be mixed race. Because I don't know. Who knows?
Dio's got enough little bastards running around. He doesn't need Manish Boy.
Probably.
Anyway, so they crash the plane.
Oh yeah,
Like they do.
they almost save it, but then Joseph gets a little too. Don't get cocky. It's gonna get rocky. He gets a little cocky, and things get rocky.
Yeah, he turns
or
around. He's like, "Ha ha,
tree.
Jojo, you thought I'd break it," and then he crashes into a tree right after.
You did break it. Yeah.
Yara Yara Daze.
I'm never flying with you again.
So anyway, they have this little nice scene of them
Camping.
chilling with the baby. I'm making
Jo-
baby food, making funny faces.
Polnareff likes the baby food, but he doesn't understand funny faces. Why is that funny? I don't
Either way, that
understand.
baby is dumb as a box of rocks.
Huh.
It's kind of a funny line, yeah.
Polnareff is just so stupid this arc. I
Really
love it.
is. Like the sun is Joseph's worst arc. This is Polnareff's worst arc.
It's a good time though.
It really is, yeah.
Yeah,
So then,
they're hanging.
queuing through this notices his baby stand tattoo.
His little
What
carving.
mean?
Baby stand.
I
He's
guess.
taking his first steps.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Can walk.
If he can walk, he can fight. Square up.
Maybe the next stand we're going to meet is going to be a baby.
So yeah, he takes his own advice and starts harassing the baby, grabbing it by the collar and saying, "Do your thing."
He notices the baby like looking away, like in order to like be inconspicuous, but like the fact that a baby is trying to be inconspicuous is conspicuous. And he starts getting suspicious. He thinks that he thinks there's an imposter among us, and
No.
the baby's looking a little sus.
No.
I don't know. I always think that evil baby is such a weird decision for like a horror thing. Because I remember like there was a Goosebumps episode with an evil baby. I remember there's episodes of other shows about it. I'm thinking, okay, it's a baby. Just kick it if it's attacking you.
Pick the baby.
I mean, like.
Hey, I know that's mean, but if the baby's trying to kill you and your self-preservation,
Yeah.
kick the thing.
Fair enough. Yeah. If he's old enough to be, if he's like smart enough to be evil, then he's smart enough to know that a swift kick to the head means death for him.
I mean, like, yeah, this baby has the Dream Reaper backing it up, but like any other time, it's like, why are you going through all this trouble?
That's pretty much what
like
Kakyoin says at the
I
end.
can get it with the mother if it's the mother, because that's like, I made this thing.
Well,
This is like if it's just a random baby.
The idea is that nobody else will believe him. They'll just be like,
Right.
This guy just kicked or killed a baby. What
Yeah.
the fuck?
Kakyoin killed a baby. I'm not so sure about this anymore.
Okay, I mean, it's not as bad as what he does to the baby at the end.
It's been a weird.
Up for debate. I mean,
Yeah, I don't know.
It's been a weird week. We almost died of heat stroke at night in the desert. Joseph fought a pimple. Polnareff killed a weird deformed man. We watched a granny die. Jotaro killed a man in the middle of a city. Joseph is wanted for murder in India, and now Kakyoin's killed a baby. I'm starting to think.
Polnareff is wanted for murder in Singapore.
That's yeah. I'm starting to think. I'm starting to think we can never come back to these places.
Probably not.
Oh my
So,
god.
yeah. So the baby's like taunting Kakuin because he's over eating his food all sad like.
Hmm.
But while this happens, unluckily for the baby, a scorpion shows up.
Yeah, and he straight up kills it with a safety pin. But once again, Kakuin sees it.
He's like, holy
Yeah.
shit, that baby just killed a scorpion.
Okay, that's
He even makes like the
definitely
best
suspicious.
face. Kakuin's face in this panel is the best. He's like,
He's like, holy
Um,
shit.
the baby.
That's
So-
right, Jotaro. Our baby is evil.
Of course. That's the next spin-off. Charmy Green versus Death 13.
Man, I'd love to see it.
I would too.
Kakuin, did you lay this egg? No, but I'm gonna throw hands with it.
Pretty much.
Dylan,
Anyway,
you've seen this, right? You've seen Kakuin laying an egg, right?
I would have to say no, but I've
Oh,
you
thought of
haven't
it.
seen Joseph chill with Sonic the Hedgehog.
No.
Oh, you are in for a
Oh,
treat.
you are not living.
You are not living until
I'm
you've seen
not.
Clamp in Wonderland.
So, anyways, Kakuin is making people antsy again, and they decide to finally, just he releases Hierophant Green to attack the baby, and they just knock him out.
Yeah. We'll talk about it in the morning. That's pretty much what's going on.
Yeah.
They don't like tie him up or anything, because
Yeah, they just tuck him in.
As
They
long
just
as they
kinda tuck
keep an
him in.
eye on the baby, they're good.
But that's the thing. Nobody keeps an eye on the baby. They all go to sleep together. And, because it's not like there are poisonous bugs and snakes in the desert that could easily attack the baby.
Yeah. It's all fine.
I think they already also showed that they don't care about that because the scorpion already almost got the baby.
They're not being especially
Well,
smart.
To be fair, the only person that would really actually think about that as a problem would be Joseph, but he's brain damaged, so
He's got baby on the brain. He's probably thinking
True.
about Holly.
yeah.
Probably. So when they wake up at the amusement park, Joseph is obviously thinking, I bet Holly would like this place. He
Yeah.
also thinks, oh, it's a
she-
dream? Let's go back to bed.
She probably would. She's mentally 12.
Pretty much.
Probably. So while they're noticing all this, I think it's weird that while wanting to go to bed, or while already knowing that he's asleep, Joseph just decides, I want to go back to sleep, so he'll sleep in his sleep.
I mean, it's fair enough.
While Manish Boy is out there eating the baby food.
And smoking up.
Yeah, he is. That can't be good for his development.
Oh no.
Definitely not.
But, you know what also is bad for your development? When your Johnny Bravo hair gets even more bravoed and ties you up.
Oh yeah.
You're into that sort of thing.
Joseph's hand grows to great size, and Jotaro is just kind of strangled by his cool neck chain.
It's not so cool anymore.
Yeah, now it's deadly. Also,
That's
Dylan, are you seeing what I sent?
Yes, I saw.
Did you
It's
see
good.
Sonic?
Yes. It's Sonic. He's there.
Sonic the Hedgehog.
They're chilling.
Oh.
Just the boys.
Why didn't Sonic show up in Manish Boy's dream realm?
Because he's afraid of the Dream Reaper. And he's afraid of imposter Star Platinum with his weird summoning face.
Yeah.
I really like this in the anime because you have Star Platinum, he's about to go on attack, but then he just turns and looks at Jotaro, and his face just reads disappointment. Like, really, Jotaro, we're doing this. And then you get Daisuke Ono's extremely creepy laugh. It's just like ha 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 ha.
And is very confused, like he's got the frying pan, he bonks and stuff. He's like, what up? What up? What up?
Yeah.
It's a fun.
It's a trick.
It's a fun time. We get Manish Boy reveals that you can actually bring a stand into Dream Realm. It's just got to be out, and that just kind of like sets up the next like page or 2 pages where Hierophant Green slithers in, and we see Kakyoin chilling in the teacup ride. He's there, and
Then he gets what might be the best and worst line of "It's payback time, baby."
hey baby. We should have seen like a little like phantom Will Zeppelin go by, and he snaps and goes, "Hey baby."
Should have.
I miss
That
you.
implies that he lives in the dream world.
I miss you, Baron. He lives in all of our dreams. He lives on in all of our dreams. Anyway,
So yeah,
Hierophant Green gets to throw down all on his own. My little boy.
He dare.
And it's not really, there's not much give and take. Hierophant pretty much toys with Death 13 for most of this.
yeah, it's not a really good fight.
Yeah, and it's
Well, the idea is that
disappointing fight.
The idea is that like they're not really supposed to be able to like stand a chance without their stands, but then once they do, it's like
yeah.
Yeah.
What's
It'd
the
be too
conflict
OP.
wasn't the conflict wasn't the fight. The conflict was finding a way to fight.
Uh-huh.
And now that they got him, the arc just kind of not fast forwards a bit. The fight's really just a chapter.
It's basically
Not
just
really-
the
not even.
equivalent of like Jotaro figuring out the enemy's whole deal and then just aura-oraing them.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
It's nice that Kakyoin gets a little curb stomp of his own.
True.
And he also gets under the logic that anything can happen in a dream, he gets Death 13 to heal his arm. And that's the last we see of the fight. The next page, it's morning. Everybody wakes up to find Kakyoin making breakfast.
He somehow made like pancakes and stuff.
Out in the desert, out of the plain rations. He made just straight up pancakes. And everybody just kind of like, Kakyoin's pretty much gaslighting them because he's like, no, I was never crazy last night. What? Hit the baby? I never did that. And they kind of believe it because his arm's all better. So everyone's just like, was that? Did you dream that? Did I dream that?
Yes.
And it turns out Kakyoin's the only one who remembers. And he pretty much says like, you're a baby, so I'm not gonna like kill you, but if you do this again, I might. But for now, you're getting off with just a little bit of shit in your mouth.
Yeah. So like he uses a spoon to cut up the shit. What does he do with that spoon after? Does he just like leave it and just? He personally doesn't use it again, but he just doesn't tell anybody else about it.
Probably, yeah. he just stirs it in, and Joseph and Palmer have got the baby to eat.
Yeah.
Wah wah wah. Da 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 da.
It actually goes to like you know how the fans portray Kakyoin versus how Kakyoin actually, and like how most fans are like, oh, Kakyoin's such a good little boy. He's a straight A student. He would never do anything terrible. Meanwhile, in canon, he's pulling this stuff.
Yeah, there's 2 types of Kakyoins to the fandom.
He's got a potty mouth. He's feeding a baby its own.
There's 2 types of Kakyoin to JoJo fans. There's soft boy Kakyoin, and then there's gamer MILF Hunter Kakyoin.
Honestly, it's very much divided.
Actually, I'd put him into 3 categories: gamer, MILF Hunter, and soft boy. I know which one Clamp likes.
Yeah, he's directly in the middle.
So, yeah.
What a nice end to the arc. making a baby eat its own shit. Love it.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
and yeah, that's Death 13, and now we moving on to Judgment, an arc that is much better in the anime. It's one of my favorites in the anime, but it disappointed me in the manga.
Yeah.
I'll get to that once we get more into it. But for now, we're heading out in a speedboat we're in the Red Sea. We're approaching Egypt, but first we're stopping at an island. Joseph's meeting with somebody.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Oh my god! And yeah, once they arrive, they're being spied on, and the guy that was spying on them, he runs off, but he looks a little familiar. Hmm.
I can't believe it.
It's Avdol. Or wait a minute, no, it's not. Turns out it's his dad.
Dad.
Yeah, he just lives on this little island.
With his
His
chickens.
chickens, named after Michael Jackson, Prince, and Lionel Richie.
Yep.
Wait, really?
Yeah, Michael, Lionel, and Prince.
Nice.
Those are his chickens.
Yeah. Because we all know Rocky really likes Prince. We'll see that a lot more later.
Yeah, he's got like a lot of Prince themed stands and
Like, 3
designs.
of the main JoJos have stands named after Prince songs.
Awesome.
Wait, 3 of them? Soft
Yeah,
and
'cause
Wet.
you get Gold Experience, Soft
Gold
and Wet, and
Experience.
Stone Free.
Stone Free is not Prince. That was Jimi
Was it?
Hendrix. It's Jimi Hendrix.
Oh, right. Sorry, I was thinking Pansley Park.
That's a Joe bro. Close enough.
Yeah, I know, but it's still main enough. But
Yeah,
that's
it's close enough.
because I knew it was a main girl who had one named after a Prince song. I
Right,
just mixed
right.
up Jolene with
Yasuho.
Yashaho. Yeah.
Well, it's fair enough to get them confused. They're both Best Girl.
So, anyways, Avdol's dad is kind of he doesn't want your Girl Scout cookies. He wants to
Yeah.
stay in his house.
Get off my lawn!
Yeah, pretty much. He tells them to fuck off, and we get like a little bit of setup to this red herring, and that like we know he's a stand user, but Joseph said he doesn't know what kind, and we know that like he's probably going to be upset about Abdul dying. It's pretty much a red herring that goes unfulfilled until after the arc is done, pretty much. So yeah,
do you think
much.
like it would be like a really cool arc if it'd be cool.
it would be a cool arc if what was being set up was actually real.
Yes. It'd be
Yep.
interesting.
Avdol's dad is the bad guy.
Maybe if this arc got like another chapter in order to like have the time to do something like that, it could have been better. Oh well.
Yeah. But
Until
Araki
then,
had other
Polnareff
plans.
is feeling guilty.
Yeah, he's going off to sulk on the beach, and then he finds
He finds a magic lamp.
da, 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 da.
Oh my
Yeah.
god.
And he
It's
rubs
not
it.
Will Smith.
He rubs it, and he comments that it's like Aladdin or something. And then like there's this bright flash of light, and he out of it comes very obviously a stand.
Judgment.
Yep. Or cameo, quote unquote. It is like hold on, I have it written down. Where was it? I was just gonna say that like it's such like a robotic design. It makes me wonder if Araki was ever really like intending on some kind of fake out, or if we're just supposed to assume immediately that it's a stand.
Yeah, because it's obvious. I don't think anything about it really screams genie.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
'cause
mean,
it's
like,
got
it's
very
crossing
mechanical
its
hands.
arms, I guess. I guess that's the
It's got
thing.
joints. It's got very lensy eyes. It's got like a nuts in its head.
It's got the stand eyes.
It's natural, yeah.
Oh
The-
shoot! I forgot something about Death 13, the arc that I wanted to mention.
Oh.
I noticed, it's a small bit, but I noticed how whenever Joseph or Polnareff asks him if they think Kakyoin can keep going, Jotaro never gives an answer. It's always just ... He's not being as quick as those two to give up on Kakyoin.
That's nice.
How's that for character writing?
Mm.
Very good character writing.
Yeah.
You know what this
And,
means, right? It means
they're in love.
Yes, exactly. The ships.
Okay.
The ships will
They're
never
gonna have
never
a wedding
sink.
night, and Joseph, Avdol, and Polnareff are gonna watch.
And Iggy. Does Iggy
Yeah,
watch?
Iggy too. Because because Avdol's reasoning, because Joseph says,
This
"Well,
isn't
he's my grandson. It's what I need to do." And then Avdol's like, "Yes, and I named his stand, so it's something I need to do as well." And Polnareff's like, "They're my burrows. It's something I must do."
This is Clamp in Wonderland, just so you know.
Obviously, yeah. Climb in
Like
Wonderland.
we're not just being weird.
Yeah.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Yes, this very much happens. Sonic is associated with underage marriage and older
Egg
people
laying.
watching the honeymoon night.
What
And
the
egg laying.
fuck?
And
Yeah.
and Kakyoin is always like, they're never called husband and husband. For some reason, they refer to Kakyoin exclusively as the wife.
Yeah.
As you should.
Dated.
Well, yeah, and well, I'm assuming it's because it's dated, because I'm assuming like it's because Kakyoin is doing like the stuff Holly's doing with her.
Wait, I'm looking more closely at this image. Why are there two Jotaros?
That's
No, that's their son. That's Jota.
That's Jota, the user of the stand Charmy Green, which is named
And
after a
that's
dish soap in universe.
What?
Yeah.
And he hatches from the egg, and he grows into like a full teenage size over the course of like a day.
Yeah.
Excuse me?
And yeah, all the other Crusaders watched the wedding night fucking, apparently.
Oh, and not even the best, because the next day, Kakyoin is making breakfast, and Dio shows up, uses his stand
To eat all of their food, yeah. Dio is their
He's
neighbor
their
in
neighbor,
this.
yeah.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Yeah, you're saying what I said the first night that I heard about this, because there's actually a joke. I was telling Mike, because Mike was informing me all about this, and I said, Mike, with this series, you could literally just tell me that Steely Dan was part whale shark, and he said, yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. Would you be surprised if some of this stuff like affected canon? Because I think it does. They say that Jotaro's daughter Jolene, her stand, quote unquote, smells like soap for some reason, which I'm pretty sure is a reference to Charmy Green.
Oh.
Yeah.
I don't. Okay. Yeah.
Sonic the Hedgehog,
Sonic.
Kakyoin has laid an egg.
Yeah, we were talking about Judgment. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, and there was another.
So...
I was gonna lead into that by saying, speaking of character acting, there's not a lot going on here because everybody is really acting out of character in the scene with quote unquote Avdol's dad. Like at this point, only Polnareff of all of them is out of the loop. Like, why bother at this point? Like, they don't seem to think an enemy is around. Avdol seems to be up on his feet and healthy enough to outrun them. Like, why can't they just drop it by this point?
Who knows?
It's just there to set up the red herring. A red herring that doesn't really get fully pulled off.
And also to fuck with Polnareff, of course.
Yeah, that's...
so he can go to his character development with cameo.
Yeah. That was probably Kakyoin's idea. Let him dangle for a little
No,
longer.
I think they were all like equally into it.
Maybe.
Imagine having to put up with
So,
Polnareff.
anyways,
That's true. So yeah. So anyways, Judgment. He's around. He's a
genie,
robot.
He gives him 3 wishes.
3 witches. Yes.
Wishes. It was a long day.
Sorry.
I got yelled at today. Anyways,
Aw.
so
You got yelled at by a witch.
Probably.
yeah.
She's like, "What is this, Walmart?"
No.
Yeah. Take that out of context, because that is so funny out of context. So, anyways, so he gets the 3 wishes because this is Aladdin, or more likely the monkey's paw.
Yeah. Something like.
So
It's
of
that
course
kind of thing.
he does the canon, the typical first wish of, "I want money."
Pretty
That's what
much.
I want.
Yeah.
And then he gets a
Hail
bunch of
to you.
gold coins from the age of Napoleon.
Because he's French.
I don't know. Where can you just take that to like a bank and have it cashed out for you?
I got paid dirt.
Yeah. Because there's not
Yeah.
like it's coins. There's also like there's a sword. It's something that I know it's not a TV, but it kind of looks like a TV.
Yeah, and Kakyoin starts buying the whole genie thing, even though this looks like a stand, is acting like a stand, and was able to like fight chariots straight up.
Yeah.
So it could touch a stand. But yeah, this is kind of making Polnareff kind of believe it. So he's like trying to think of like what else could I wish for? Anything. First, he wants to be a manga artist, big enough to have his own Polnareff land.
Yeah.
One day
Let's
we'll
hopefully do that as the censorship in Part 6.
Once right next to Super Nintendo Land, we can get our Polnareff land one day.
Right.
But then he says, "Nah, that's dumb. I want a GF." Nah, that's also dumb.
Once a gamer girl.
He was a gamer girl. She said, "See you
Sell
later,
her
girl."
bathwater.
Yes. And then he finally comes across like what he actually wants, and he asks for both his sister Sherry and his pal Avdol to be brought back from the dead.
Nothing will go wrong at all.
Nothing.
Trust me.
It's
Because this is
it'll all be okay.
Yeah. Because
This'll be fine.
we've never seen this stuff go
wrong
before.
Obviously,
like,
Polnareff didn't watch Pet Sematary when it was on the TV on that one arc. That's actually what this arc is based on. Pet Sematary or Monkey's Paw 2.
Oh, really?
Which, Pet Sematary is a remake of Monkey's Paw.
Oh.
And you know, people coming back from the light, but they're super violent and evil, and they try to like kill you. That's the plot of Pet Sematary.
Man, why didn't Polnareff wish back the real OG, Mark?
Who knows?
The Nazi. Caesar's friend, the Nazi. How could you forget
that
about
guy was
Mark?
really important.
Mark. He had a fiance.
He was cool, right?
He was friends with
Right?
Caesar.
Okay, well, I can't really pay attention to Mark when there's a naked lady running around biting people.
Not a lady.
That's my thing.
She's a gal.
That is what Ezra likes.
Nice.
Yeah.
Good to know.
You know, like 5-year-old. No, not 5-year-old. That's too young.
Jesus Christ.
14-year-old Ezra was reading a book saying, "I do not care for naked ladies biting me," and then, of course, the page shows me just that. I say, "Or do I?"
That's what Polnareff says later. I do not care for 14-year-old girls biting me. Why did
Polnareff know?
Why did that baby shit in a diaper? I don't understand.
So, anyways,
He's still thinking about it.
Zombies are getting violent.
Well,
they don't.
First we get a very good build up to this. Because like Sherry's running through the brush and Polnareff's really like chasing. He's really desperate to see her again, And eventually he does. He sees her good side, and he's just got this really, really heartwarming face, and you can tell this means a lot to him, and then he's really just so happy. But yeah, she ends up just starts biting on him and trying to eat him, and
Yeah,
eventually, yeah,
Everything.
and
It's
eventually,
okay. Nothing wrong here.
yeah, and but eventually he's got to face facts, and he calls up his pal Cameo, and he's just like he musters all of his bravery and asks her to be put back in the dirt. Uh, this can't go on. But Cameo's just like, nah.
Too late. You already used your wishes.
Yep. And speaking of which, Zombie Avdol.
Also, Sherry has this really weird eye.
Yeah, they've both got weird eyes. They're not complete yet. And yeah,
Yeah, of course.
we got a an honestly pretty horrifying sequence of Sherry and Avdol hunting down and munching on Pole one by one. Very scary. Until eventually Polnareff is kind of starting to give up. He's starting to think this is it. But then out of nowhere he sees two Avdols, and then one's gone, and he's like, oh, I guess I was just seeing things. But then it's real. We see Magician's Red come out, and
Oh
yeah,
my god.
just like his death, Asvel's return is handled so well. Like we're given the time for it to build up and slowly reveal what's going on, and then we know it's true once we see Magician's Red. And man, do we still be he's styling all over us with that. Yes, I am, and that tisk tisk, and that hell to you. Dang. Love that scene. Love this arc just for Avdol's return and
It's
styling.
it's cool, but like, man, why do you
What? What?
why you gotta like just kill a character and then bring him back?
Uh, I have an answer. It's right here in the Jojonium interviews. Araki was pretty much like
Oh,
he wanted to make
um,
sure.
hold on. Ezra is having troubles.
Actually, I'm back.
Are you
Oh,
back?
Yeah.
Alright.
How long were you gone? What?
30 seconds.
Okay.
I'll just go from what I was saying.
Yes.
I have an answer for that. It's right here in the Jojonium interviews. Pretty much Araki was like he didn't want people to get too complacent, so like he had always planned on Avdol to return, but he wanted to have this fake out death and keep him out of their roster for a while, just so people like felt the stakes and like wanted to make sure people weren't getting
Yeah.
complacent in
Yeah,
the
he didn't
lineup.
want people to get complacent. Meanwhile, they sustain heavy injuries every fight and then magically heal every fight.
He wanted to keep readers on their toes in regards to
Pretty
like,
much.
oh, characters can die. See, Avdol died,
I mean, it would be
but
a
then he comes back.
problem, like, if injuries stuck, then
Mm,
it would feel more real that way. And you wouldn't have to go through the whole trouble of killing a character and then bringing them back out of nowhere.
mm.
I don't know.
Uh,
I just think it could have been better like that.
it could have, yeah. Oh well.
Anyways, yeah.
Yeah. Anyways, Avdol styling, profiling. He shows up and he starts throwing down on Cameo, and Cameo offers him 3 wishes, but Avdol's like, "No, fuck you, make it 4. I want 4 wishes."
I love that.
That was fairly fun. And it leads to some extra badassery from Avdol because his wishes are pretty much like, My first wish was to make you cry out in pain, and my second is to make you scream in agony.
Very much a Hollywood movie line.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, and some I mentioned like, oh, the manga disappointed me compared to the anime. Part of that was what happens with the Sherry clone, because in the manga, Cameo just kind of chucks the rest of the Sherry clone at them, and it breaks, and that's it. In the anime, they extended this to where Polnareff is like, he's got to come to terms with her death. He's got to
Right?
he's got to like make a choice, and like just like before when he asked like Cameo to return her to the earth, he realized he's got to do it himself, and he musters up all of his courage, and he stabs her with chariot, and like the way the shot is framed, it looks like his own arm doing it.
Yeah, that really is way better.
Mm.
Hmm.
It's part of the reason why I like this arc so much, because it felt like such a big step forward for Polnareff. But like the
Yeah.
manga, it just wasn't as much as that.
But
Oh, well.
no, the manga just wanted to rush to the another bathroom humor bit where
Yeah,
eventually Abdal and
Yeah, Avdol eventually takes down Cameo really well. It looks like Cameo had him on the back foot, but Avdol was just kind of like testing the waters. His back wasn't fully healed yet, where Jade Guile stabbed him. But like he got in the groove, and he was able to pretty much dismantle Cameo in a very very satisfying and cool fight scene. Avdol doesn't get too many of those from now on, but this one was really really cool of his.
Mhm.
And yeah,
definitely ass
they
kicking.
they after that ass kick, and they
Actually,
find
wait a second.
what
We forgot to do Judgment's thing.
what's
True.
Judgment's thing? Oh yeah, the
Alright, so
tarot card meaning.
upright Judgment is get this. Judgment, Rebirth,
Oh,
Inner Link, and Absolution. This is the
rebirth.
reverse
Avdol comes back.
is self-doubt, inner critic, and ignoring the call.
That's kind of like what Polnareff's doing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah, fits.
It can apply not just to the stand user, but just like the arc or whatever.
Mm.
It's cool.
Yeah. So yeah,
Because
Judgment
actually,
is-
when you think about it, Cameo probably does like himself has the least screen time. He has like 2 panels of him.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
Pretty much. I mean, like,
But
there's not
anyways,
much there to get
Yeah,
out.
they find Cameo kind of like just buried himself in his breathing through like a bamboo reed or something, and
Yeah.
like they just kind of start throwing stuff down there until Avdol eventually decides to take it up a notch.
It's just weird that they don't do anything versus like the ants and the spider. They have to
Right?
wait, or the fire. They wait till
Literally
the
a
piss is
match?
the thing that gets them.
Yeah. Like, you would think
This is
throwing a
what gets them.
match in there, like, yeah, huh. I was
You would-
originally thinking he was gonna like pour gasoline and then throw a match, but uh, but that didn't happen.
Nah, it's just pee.
Yeah.
It is funny though how Avdol's just like so into it and laughing it up, and Polnareff's just like it seems a little out of character, man. Are you sure you're not brain damaged? You did get shot in the head. Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah, but he decides the ritual bonding of men.
yeah.
You know, when I used to
Then
use the men's bathroom, I always tried to avoid people. I never went in with my friends.
yeah, guys don't do that.
It's the thing. You know, you're not supposed to talk to the guy. It's like, you know that picture? It was like really like a decade ago. It was really famous. It's like taking a piss with my bro Dylan or whatnot. I'm so sorry. I just chose your name.
Oh, don't piss with me.
I don't remember the actual person's name, but there's like a kid and
Yeah.
his friends like looking at the camera like, "What are you doing?"
Well, like, I mean, I would never like talk to people while in the bathroom, but I'm like, people do it. More sociable people. It
Are you
happens.
having fun?
Social
Everything
pissing.
going all right?
Yeah.
But now you're not allowed to like The thing that's going on in the world makes
Yeah,
it so
now,
you have to have like 6 feet between. You can't do
now,
that.
now I'm not allowed to sidle up at the urinal and be like, "Hey, man, nice pipe."
Oh, you could do it just from a distance. If you really
I-
do have a nice pipe, then people will be able
I'll,
to see it.
I'll bring like a little telescope with me into the bathroom and be like, "Eh, ahoy, nice pipe."
Ahoy!
Damn, I need a whole
Hmm.
telescope to be able to see it. Are you okay, dude?
Yeah, hold on. Extends it all the way. Whoa.
Ah, ahoy there, sailor. Anyway, so Cameo comes out of the ground. He's,
Yeah, he
I
begs
don't
for
like his design at all.
I
yeah.
think
So
that's the
what is
point.
this?
He's got diver gear. He's like got some. He's just like Skull Kid. He's got that weird like
Yeah,
neck grass.
it's
He's
like part of
balding.
like a set of armor or something. Like I don't
Yeah, like
know.
what's he wearing?
This is
This is not
definitely
the best
one.
Araki outfit.
Araki definitely like put aside this design for the guy who was gonna get 2 panels.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And yeah, he begs for forgiveness, and Avdol is like, "That was my fourth wish to not to not honor any of your wishes." And then he burns him into a weird like uh, blackface looking caricature,
Yeah.
As you do.
as one does.
So we cut to Polnareff saying, "Hey guys, guess what? Avdol's alive."
And yeah,
They're
there
like, yeah,
nobody's
and
impressed.
so
Yeah, I know, man.
what you didn't know?
Yeah. Oh, did we forget to? Oh, sorry. My bad.
This is actually funny because the moment after he got shot, again I gave play-by-plays to Mike of what I thought of everything, and Mike was like, "Sucks about Avdol, huh?" I'm like, "Oh, I already had that spoiled," because I used to watch what's it called? Compilations of them speaking English, so I knew about the "Yes, I am"
Oh yeah,
very early. I'm like, I know it's a meme. I know he's not dead.
yeah.
Hmm.
Uh, yeah. It's
Myself.
we've been making the joke that Kakyoin hates Polnareff, and here's another bit of evidence towards that. It was his idea to keep the truth from Polnareff because he thought like they all thought like he'd probably let it slip. We got to make sure Avdol can recuperate in peace. And yeah, Polnareff just gets the wind taken out of him every time. Like even when he remembers, like, oh yeah, your dad's here. Let me go tell him. Avdol's just like, oh, that was me in disguise. And yeah, that there's the big reveal about the Avdol's dad scene. Aren't you glad we spent a whole chapter on that
Yeah.
at the
It
start?
was great.
How
I
did he
find out.
how did he change his hair back from gray to black so fast?
I just had like baby powder or flour or something in it.
I guess, yeah. And yeah, Polnareff is rightfully upset. He's like on the verge of tears. He's like, "You guys suck," and they're just
So
like,
we find out that they
Yeah.
bought a
"Get out."
submarine.
Oh yeah, they bought a submarine. The speedboat seems fine. I don't see why.
I don't know. They can see you when you're on the speedboat.
That's fair.
Also, is
Yeah.
weird because they never explain how Midler gets High Priestess on there.
Uh, in the anime, it seemed they had like a scene of something rushing up towards the back of the submarine while they're driving it. But I
Then
don't know,
you
like
must have had it scouting in the ocean.
something like that.
Yeah, because she was waiting on the shore of Egypt. Okay, never mind. So, anyways, we go into High Priestess.
Yeah, an arc
And
that just like the sun is like doubled in length compared to the manga.
yeah, but for that tarot, upright High Priestess is intuition, sacred knowledge, divine feminine, the subconscious mind, versus the reversed, secrets, disconnected from intuition, and withdrawal and silence.
If yeah, it fits. What was that first one of the reverse?
Uh,
Deception.
Hold on, let me get back. Secrets.
Secrets, yeah. Well, it keeps like changing its form. They gotta keep
Uh,
finding like what it's turned into.
I feel like
Kinda.
that's
Yes,
a bit
and
of a
this is what we
stretch.
get to.
That it was one that Araki just kind of, oh, I gotta make a female character about it. She thinks Jotaro is hot there.
But anyways, so the High Priestess itself is actually one of the based off one of the horror movies Araki does quite often. It's the John Carpenter version of The Thing.
Ah,
Which, okay, Mike, since you don't like horror, this is the one movie I will never tell you to watch because it
it's too
is
scary.
terrifying.
I
And
know,
a
like
bunch of dogs die in it.
I know about it.
Oh, right up
I know, like,
Araki's.
graphic.
I know the deal about it. What are you saying, Dylan?
It's right up Araki's alley. The
Yeah.
dogs, you know.
Yeah.
Definitely.
I like the design of the High Priestess, the stand.
I do too, 'cause
Very,
it's really creepy looking.
yeah. It's like as I keep saying, like we've got a lot of just robot men later. This looks very like biological. It looks fleshy and stuff, but it
Yeah.
also looks all
Yeah.
weird and it looks like a little gremlin.
It does.
Mm-hmm. It reminds me a lot of the Devil. Remember, it was like the doll or whatever.
Oh
It's
yeah,
like
yeah.
smaller,
kinda yeah,
kind of less assuming.
yeah.
It
Uh,
hides in
very
plain sight.
Yeah, it's like the devil. That's like Enya herself. It's supposed to be like small and nimble and hard to
Yeah.
like get a grasp on.
Oh yeah, that's another detail about Enya that Nerf mentions is that she runs as fast as Flojo does.
I
If you don't know who
remember
that
that.
is, it's Florence Johnson, who was an Olympic track and fieldist.
Ah,
Yeah, so that's who he's
Nice.
mentioning. I wanted to do it because I actually had to look it up myself. Like, who's Flojo?
Flojo's
So that's
Bizarre
why I blew up it.
Adventure.
True.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So
Anyway,
anyways,
yeah,
they're on
they're
the
on a submarine.
with High Priestess.
They're chilling. The anime gives us a nice little Araki trivia section about like submarines and stuff, and it's a fun time. It's very chill. They're just kind of hanging out for a while, and it's nice in the anime.
Yeah.
And we also one of the main additions of this arc in the anime is Joseph ends up like calling Suzy Q from the submarine, and she's like called a few times in this arc.
That wasn't in the manga?
Nope.
Hmm.
That's
Interesting.
part of the reason why I said like before we hung out and just watched the anime together. I said like if you're reading the manga, you should watch the anime version of this arc too. It's only 4 chapters.
I see.
Yeah, so Suzy Q is just kind of like around. She's being kept in the dark about Holly's condition. She thinks it's just a cold, and Joseph's trying to like persuade her, like, no, don't go to Japan. It'll be fine. She thinks he's away on business. Apparently, we get an early appearance, so we get this like early look at her older design and an early look at Rosas, their butler, who's around in the 1 chapter later that she does appear in the manga.
I was gonna
Yeah.
ask if she like does appear in the manga at all.
Yeah,
Yeah,
she's
she
got
does.
like she actually gets a chapter to herself.
Interesting.
Yeah.
That'll be
We
interesting.
also get a cameo of Smokey on a magazine who is doing a quote unquote charity concert for peace. It's not just a charity
Damn.
concert, it's a charity concert for peace. Peace where? Peace for who? It's just peace. That's how you know he's a good guy.
Yeah.
Because
Who's
it's
singing?
for peace. No, it doesn't matter who's singing. It's for peace.
Yeah. Of course.
Right.
How much are they trying to raise? It doesn't matter. It's for peace. Who does this help? It's for peace. It's something you got to understand.
Yeah.
That is
Don't question it.
Why are they
the
fighting
lovers
Dio?
arc continued.
Yeah. Why are they fighting the lovers? For peace.
Anyways,
Yeah. Anyways, they make some coffee, but there's one extra mug. What is
yeah, they're like, Kakyoin, why'd you make extra coffee? There's no baby anymore.
it? You can't give coffee to a baby anyway. I like
You can, but it's not smart.
I like how like when Kakyoin offers, he does so like with his normal self, but then Polnareff's like, "When's the coffee gonna be ready? I'm thirsty." And Kakyoin's just like, "Why don't you fucking make it yourself?" Just hates Polnareff just
These guys,
unabashedly.
these
I,
guys are quite the
I don't I don't know why he
quite the pair.
dislikes Polnareff so much, but it's funny.
Because he's French,
Apparently, they don't
obviously.
hate each other that much because of what they do later this arc. But anyways, so the coffee has a bit of a kick to it and cuts off Joseph's prosthetic hand, which for
Dang.
some reason is censored in all the manga versions I've read of it.
Yeah.
They have the black a circle right over the arm, like, no, you can't see where the metallic arm was cut off.
Definitely
Apparently.
not.
Then the fingers go into his neck.
Oof.
Luckily, do not hit an artery.
Doesn't oh yeah. Because he's up and about.
Yeah. So then, I realized that High Priestess takes the form of like mechanics on the ship submarine,
Yeah, and
and
it's just kind of like a little hunt for now, trying to figure out what thing it's turned into.
but also the submarine is sinking, and not in the
That's
good submarine sort of way.
yeah. This isn't the yellow submarine. This is just the deadly submarine.
Yeah, the striped one. And
Uh,
then Polnareff actually, he kind of brings attention, like, I knew this would happen. Every vehicle we use gets destroyed.
or
He's kind of
stolen by Hol Horse.
Yeah. Oh, the horse-drawn carriage they had for Enya, that didn't get destroyed.
It's got old lady blood
well,
on it.
they left it before it could get destroyed. They weren't on it long enough.
But while the ship is sinking, High Priestess goes after Kakyoin and kind of nicks at his throat. I think the back of his head, actually. Again, luckily missing an artery.
Hmm.
Somehow.
So lucky.
But then it goes into the hatch door, and Abdul grabs it only to find it there. Luckily, Jotaro is fast enough to grab her.
It it turns into like the door wheel, yeah, the hatch, and Avdol just like takes 5 seconds to think to himself, "I have to let go. I have to let go."
Exactly. And then it's funny because my translation says that High Priestess, kind of in the anime, she goes, "Ah, ah, ah," but in my version, she's saying boogity boogity.
Oogity boogity, am I right?
Spear me.
Boogity boogity. But of course,
Anime.
Jotaro grabs her instead of like, crushing her then and there like he usually does. He lets her get the upper hand, turning into a razor blade, so Star Platinum slices up his hands.
Yeah. And then it goes back into the ship, and they hoof it. They get out of there. The anime has a call between Suzy Q and Jotaro. She calls back, and Jotaro just kind of takes the time to answer and be like, "It's fine. Bye."
I feel
Jotaro.
like it's a nice little like addition, like kind of like this. It's kind of like a narrative throughout the arc where like Suzy Q is like worried about them, and like it's
Yeah,
not until the
and
end that it's all solved.
yeah, it's a nice little through line. Yeah,
It's cool.
Yeah, because it's the last arc before they actually get to Egypt.
yeah. The
Before
anime gives
stakes
it
are
some
really
more.
high.
Yeah, the anime adds a lot more gravitas to this arc, which I feel is deserved because A, it's the last one they get before they get to Egypt. It's the last one of the season, and it's one that like all four of them kind of fight together. So it's ripe for expansion.
Yep. It's
And
cool.
Anyways, They gear up with their scuba gear.
Joseph tries to ask Jotaro for a hand getting scuba gear on because he's only got one hand, but Jotaro just kind of brushes him off with a dick.
Yeah.
And yeah, so they're getting set. Joseph teaches. We get a little Iraqi trivia section on scuba diving because Joseph's got to teach him how to do it real quick.
Yeah.
He tries to teach him hand signals, but the Davdol just points out we could just talk using our stands, and Joseph's like, "Yeah, I guess so." And then we get the famous scene of Polnareff's little hand signal, and the epic bro fist coming after.
Yeah, so it shows that obviously Kakyoin and Polnareff don't hate each other that much that they already have a secret handshake.
Not really. I just reposted that whole section. Kakyoin is not happy about it at all. He's not even smiling. When Polnareff and him high five, and Polnareff's like, "Ah, yeah," but Kakyoin's just like,
Yeah, I guess we're doing this.
at least he goes along with the handshake, and apparently they have the handshake, and they've got those super serious faces, and Joseph's just like, "Stop fucking around."
By now, the whole ship is underwater.
Jotaro's looking on enviously at the handshake.
You're right, he is. Like, I wish they'd do that with me.
I wish I had a secret handshake. Yeah, and they're getting set to head out, but suddenly Polnareff's fucking around. The High Priestess turned into his scuba gear and is trying to get down his
And
throat,
his regulator.
only for Hermit Purple and Hierophant Green to pull it out through his nose. They go up his nose.
That can't feel nice.
It's cool. They're just
like getting a
Having water
COVID.
go up your nose.
It's like he's getting a double COVID test.
Yeah.
And they yank it out. It turns into a spear gun.
Hey,
But
badass.
yeah, Chariot has like a quick little exchange with it in the anime.
Yeah.
They managed to escape.
They manage to escape and they're swimming around. And they see two caves.
An unsuspicious pair of caves.
Yeah, there's nothing up
Next
with
to a
that.
giant chasm right
It's all
next
good.
to them.
Well,
Yeah.
No,
they
because
were
it's not
expecting a
suspicious.
cave, like, because they were planning on going through a cave initially. So, like, I'm pretty sure this is the one that Joseph was mentioning.
Oh yeah,
Yes.
maybe.
She thought it was a cave when it was me, High Priestess.
Midler or Bros.
And it eats them.
Yeah, they get bored. Yes.
Yes.
And
We love it.
Yeah, and they end up in the mouth.
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 Speak whale.
Yes. They're in the belly of the beast. And Midler's getting ready to kill them, but she mentions that she finds Jotaro hot. Hot to trot.
Okay, which is kind of weird because he is a teenager still.
Maybe Midler is too.
Is she?
I don't know.
Well, she's into Jotaro and Dio, so that's kind of...
Well, it's
yeah.
okay. Dio's like 5,000 years old. He's good. He's good.
Gio was a teenager before he got sunk to the bottom of the sea.
Yeah.
Highlight logic.
If Midler is a teenager, she should not be dressing how she dresses in Heritage for the Future.
Well, most of her sprites are based off of Yukako, and Yukako is
Yeah.
a teenager.
Have you seen Dylan? Have I showed you what Midler looks like in Heritage for the Future?
No.
Araki had to make up a whole new design for her because they wanted to use her in the game, so that he gave her this like belly dancer kind of look
Cool.
with starfish.
It's really revealing. Which I guess works with the
anime, so.
sea theme.
Yep.
Yeah, kind of.
So anyways, they're in the mouth.
Yeah, and she says Jotaro's hot, so Polnareff tries to convince him to like flirt back. And all the rest of the guys try to flatter her. Like Abdul is like, she comes across as an elegant woman, And Joseph's like, man, if I was only 30 years younger.
Kakyoin says she sounds like Audrey Hepburn.
Yeah,
Which she does not in either version.
yeah,
Which again
And-
is kind of the point.
yeah. And she doesn't buy it for a second. This whole exchange is kind of funny. She just is like, you're fucking lying.
Yeah. So then she starts that tongue game.
Oh, yeah.
The Stan's tongue. Look out, here it comes.
They got this.
She smacks Jotaro into the teeth.
And then tries to bite down. The others in the anime try, like they're able to like fight the tongue, blast it, but they still are too late. Jotaro gets smushed and crushed by the typhus.
Yep. Jotaro dies, and
Midler's
It's
like,
over.
Midler's like, I win. Part 3 is over.
yeah.
But it wasn't gonna last because then you hear, and then it gets louder. And of course,
Aura's in the distance.
Aura's in the distance. And then he just starts breaking all the teeth. And then in the anime, Joseph makes like the best noise. He's like, he's breaking the teeth. Ah! And he does that. I don't know, but he does.
Good time. Yeah, Jotaro breaks up all the teeth, and they.
So it's funny because in the manga, Star Platinum looks really happy when he's breaking the teeth, but then there's just a Jotaro's head in between like the multiple Star Platinums, just looking like, oh, this is happening.
Basically.
Yeah, that was fun.
I like that about the manga's version of Jotaro and Star Platinum. How Jotaro's always just like very stoic. He's got like the shadow over his eyes, and Star Platinum's just having a dang old time.
Yep. And then they finally get out of the water, and guess where they are? Egypt.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
A woman without any teeth.
Yeah, they see Midler, and like they're like, I wonder if she's alive. And Polna's like, I'm gonna go and see if she's hot. She's not.
You do.
No
Priorities.
No teeth. Wonder how that happened. Yeah, and they just take a second to take in the fact that they finally made it to Egypt. They're like, man, I can't believe it's been like 3 weeks. And Kakuin's like, yeah, we've been inside a mouth and even into our dreams. What the fuck are you talking about? Oh, you guys don't remember that one. I like to think everyone else just, they don't mention it, but they're just like, what the fuck?
Basically, they're like,
do you know-
were we not dreaming?
know-
Was that real?
Do you know what he's talking about? Did he kick a baby? I thought I dreamed that. Wait. Dream. Did Kakyoin kill a baby? Guys.
Probably.
Yeah. So yeah, that's the end of the arc in the manga. The anime has one final call with Suzy Q. It's implied that she kind of knows what's going on, but is like playing coy about it. And we get a nice little friendship moment where Joseph's like, we're finally able to defeat Dio now that we're here. And Jojo's like, we're not going to be doing it alone. And the rest of the guys pull up with the dune buggy. And they set off.
It's a cool, like, end of season thing, because it's the last episode of the first season.
Yep. And
neat.
we also get a
hint at Iggy.
Yeah. And they also have a bonus scene of a Speedwagon Foundation guy spying on a place, and he sees 9 robed figures exiting the mansion, only to be attacked by Gib.
He's done.
Yeah.
I don't know who all of these people are, because one is a sword, and the other is Pet Shop of the 9 glory gods. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
well, I'd
so-
imagine it's someone carrying the sword.
that's true. And
I-
maybe
I don't know anything about
May-
this pet shop fellow.
it's not humanoid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe the 9th one was like Kenny G or Ice.
A whole
Maybe.
horse?
Perhaps.
No, Hol Horse doesn't show up till later.
Yeah, and he's not the cloak type. But I didn't see a cowboy hat on top of one of those cloaks, so it's not
True.
a horse.
He would never wear something over his cowboy hat.
That's true. Even if he wore a cloak, I
He would
imagine
put
he
the
would wear
cowboy
that
hat on
hat.
top. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So, anyways, so we're back to the group hanging out in Egypt when the scary Speedwagon Foundation guys come up.
Weird-faced guys, yes.
Yeah, like
They're
they're
good.
both like creepily smiling, like, "Hey, Mr. Joestar, it's the Speedwagon Foundation. We're here to see you. We got you a camera. The fool's in the back seat.
Oh
I
yeah,
mean,
this
nobody's
is
gonna miss these guys.
that's true. This is all in the manga. We don't get this, but in the anime, this is where they take that famous picture.
Yeah.
The picture that doesn't show up in the manga until the start of part 5. Yeah, this is
It's a
when they
nice
do.
picture. It's really cute.
Yeah, it's a nice little picture. They hand off the camera for a new spirit photo. They hand off
First,
new
before they do
prosthetic
that,
hand. They update him on
gotta meet
Holly,
Iggy.
and yeah, finally they meet Iggy.
Iggy's theme in the anime is the best.
Hmm.
The music,
Oh, yeah.
really
Man.
cool.
I
still
hate
think
Iggy.
my first Okay, my first instinct when I saw Iggy was I was like, "Oh, it's a puppy," and then I'm like, "Oh no, it's a puppy."
Yeah.
Oh,
No.
right.
Iggy's got a great introduction because you're not expecting an animal, but after forever, you know that animals can be stand users, so it's not something out of nowhere. And Iggy's got just this great personality of subverting all of like the animal sidekick tropes that you'd expect. Like he's an asshole. He doesn't care about the others. He's completely self-serving. He's not like
Farts.
yeah, he farts. He's not happy to be here at all. And for some reason his favorite snack is coffee flavored chewing gum.
It's disgusting.
This is a special
Yeah.
guy.
He's a special little man. And he's
And then we
apparently
see
more
his
powerful than
stand.
all of them. Oh yeah,
Apparently.
he pulls out his stand when Polnareff starts fucking with him. The
The
fool.
fool,
One of
which
my
is
one of my
upright.
favorite stand designs.
It is cool looking. It's like a car.
It's like half car, half animal, half Native
Robot?
American headdress of some kind.
Yeah, interesting.
It's got those feathers. But yeah, I love
But
that design.
the fool's symbolism is upright is beginnings, innocence, and spontaneity, free
Spontaneity.
spirit. Yeah, that. And reversed, it's holding back, recklessness, and risk taking. So very much a reversed for Iggy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Makes sense.
So
Real
yeah,
asshole.
you get a Chariot versus the Fool, and the Fool just decimates Chariot.
Yeah.
As you know, sand in the desert, we've seen One Piece.
Hmm.
And the only way to stop him is the coffee gum. Which we then realize that Iggy has a very keen sense of smell.
Yeah.
Being a dog.
Oh, he is a dog after all.
And it's through that sense of smell that we're led into our introduction of our next villain, Endul.
Which is where we drop the tarot cards and start using Egyptian gods.
Yeah, but we don't realize that yet though. We're just thinking like the only tarot left is the world. That's probably Dio's. So
Like,
who is this
what?
guy and what's going on? Is there more? It's very nice.
Yeah.
And
And we see that he's blind.
Yep. But he's still. I like how he does the. He tries to do like the old like martial arts movie thing, like catch a fly in his two fingers, and he fails. But then he just like clicks a rock with his cane, and he kills the fly with the rock, just straight up.
Yeah.
I like it.
So then they get equipment from the Speedwagon Foundation and some information about the. This is where we see the information about the 9 people that went inside the mansion,
Mm-hmm.
which is believed to be Dio's.
Mm-hmm. And then they find the guy who found it was killed. The mansion was moved, so they don't know where it is anymore. And yeah, then they take the picture. That's when that happened. I got ahead of myself. And then they fly off.
Yeah.
And then they crash.
Bye bye. Yeah, they crash because Iraqi hates. If there's one thing Iraqi hates more than dogs, it's flying vehicles.
Yeah.
Just vehicles in general.
Yeah, pretty much.
If there's a vehicle, it's gonna get tricked.
Exactly.
Pretty much. So then we get the fly scene, and it cuts to them in their dune buggy, where Iggy has taken over the back seat, making Kakyoin, Polnareff, and Avdol sit in the trunk.
Little asshole.
Yeah,
And
because he's
yeah.
like drooling all over the seat, and it's like disgusting.
Yeah, and they see the helicopter crashed.
Yep.
Gee, I wonder what's up
And-
with that.
They're
We
dead.
see it's like on top of a dude who's like clawing at the side.
And his
Yeah,
mouth
that
is
can't be
full of
good.
water. And
Yeah,
a
they're like,
fish.
he drowned in the desert?
The
He
one thing
drowned
I
in the
don't
desert.
get, like, where the fuck did this fish come from?
Endo probably just brought it for kicks.
Yeah, I guess.
That's his pet fish.
Yeah. But he just lets it die out in the fucking desert.
It's like
Lunch.
when you're playing Pokemon and you have like your level 1 guy out and then you switch it out to your stronger guy so it gets the experience points. Those experience points are all yours for Mr. Fishy. You get the kill. The other guy's
He's
alive
like,
though.
Are you alright? Get it together. What happened to this clearly dead guy?
Yeah. The other guy's alive, and it looks like he wants water, but actually, the water is what attacked them.
Oh
Water is
no.
coming for us. And then then we see the hand come out of the bottle and rip his head off. Which,
No,
I'm sure...
The hand is part 4.
Yeah. But anyways, I'm pretty sure this warranted an oh my god, but Joseph didn't say it.
How
Dang.
inconsistent.
Holy shit, a guy just got his head ripped
Holy
off.
shit.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah,
No.
Geb is a great elemental power for how just low key and precise it is. After so many big bombastic stands on a row like the Sun, Death 13, Judgment, High Priestess, it's a real breath of fresh air to get another Lovers style stand of this very small and precise one.
Psychotic hand.
Yeah, and Duel is a breath of fresh air and characterization too, because he's very chill. He's all business when like so many villains have been like cocky and over the top. These chittering
More
little
cerebral.
bad guys. Yeah.
He reminds me of like this kind of like hermit dude. You know what I mean? Like like
with the
a
staff.
Yeah, like a monk or something.
Definitely. Yeah. So yeah, they're under attack by a stand, but they don't get it because like there shouldn't be any more tarot cards left.
How?
So obviously there can't be any more stands in the world, right?
That's it.
Right.
So they're so hung up on it. It's odd they don't just immediately think like, oh, a stand user that isn't named after a tarot card.
No, because they're too busy worried that Kakyoin just got his eyes slit apart.
Oh yeah. Kakyoin tries to get Polnareff to stab the canteen where they think the stand is hiding. And Polnareff's like, no, I'm not doing it. Why don't you just Emerald Splash it? And Kakyoin's just like, I don't wanna. You do it. He gets his eyes gouged for it.
That's what you get for being petty.
Yeah, that's what you get for insulting Polnareff. You get your eyes stabbed.
So then, while everyone's worried about Kakyoin,
It
Polnareff
got
doesn't realize that.
Kakyoin! Ah! It got his eyes! Ah! It got Kakyoin!
Yeah, so they don't realize that it's coming for Polnareff, and it's about to get him before one of the Speedwagon guys' watch goes off, and Geb turns and goes after that instead. That's when they realize it's working off of sound.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, so they pile up into the Jeep, and I think they get going again, but then, or maybe they don't. I just remember that Iggy, like, smells it coming, I guess, or just kind of, like, animal instincts it. It probably smells.
Yeah, because they're staying still during it.
Right.
I guess they figured it took out a helicopter. It'll probably take out the dune buggy.
Yeah, but Iggy gets out before the Geb starts attacking the dune buggy, and it overturns, and everybody just kind of spills out. And Duel's getting ready to attack them, but he hears something. He hears footsteps, but it's not footsteps. Avdol's like throwing his rings to simulate it, which is really smart.
Yeah.
I like that a lot.
Hmm.
And it almost works. But
Instead, Geb gets him.
oh yeah, he realizes in time, and Geb slashes him. Dang.
Yeah, Avdol doesn't realize the Pokemon type advantage between fire and water.
That's right. And that's when Jotaro makes his move. He grabs Iggy because he realized that like Iggy can smell it, and he's able to use Iggy to figure out which direction to go. Iggy tries to get away on like the Fool, which he makes into a glider of sand. Jotaro grabs him and just pretty much hitches a ride. I love it.
Uses the stand jumping.
Yeah. He doesn't wanna, but he's pretty much got no choice. That gives away his position.
And we get a pretty suspenseful scene of you kind of know that the second he hits the floor, and Duel's gonna realize him.
Yeah,
But he ends up.
While in Duel, on the other hand, is kind of freaking out. He's like, "What if the dog comes at me while I try to get Jotaro?" He's kind of like trying to figure things out.
Yeah, it's got to be like really scary to like be blind and like not know, if they're coming at you or not.
Yeah, or how far away they are.
Yeah.
Like
Once Jotaro has to.
Yep.
Once Jotaro has to stand jump, and Duel does this cool thing where he makes sand fly up, and he like hits it off the glider, so now he knows exactly where it is.
Yeah. It's like how a submarine uses sonar. But then Geb is coming at them, but no matter how fast Star Platinum moves, the Geb can tell where it's going, so it gets out of the way because it's faster than Star Platinum.
So it's time to do the only thing left to do: throw a dog.
Yeah,
Yes, you do.
Jotaro just chucks Iggy straight at him.
I mean, it's pretty good that Araki was setting up that this is like the worst dog ever, so that you don't feel too bad for it.
Pretty much, yeah. And it's pretty much, it forces Geb to retreat so that Endul can protect himself, but that also frees up Jotaro to get behind him. And we get this awesome Wild West style showdown, like a shootout.
Yeah, it's kind of an oh shit moment when you just like see Jotaro standing right behind him.
Yeah.
And you can tell that Endul doesn't know he's there. So of course Jotaro says, "I'm right here." Give away your position, huh, Jotaro?
Yeah.
Chivalry, I guess. He wants to have a fair fight, even though I don't think that's in his character at all.
Yeah, exactly. We get the first fight with Kakyoin saying, "Whoever said Jotaro Kuja was a good person?
Right?
I'm a piece of shit. I beat people up and I don't pay my bills."
I don't think it was like a fair fight thing. I think he was just trying to like be cool.
Yeah. Wanted to be
Probably.
Clint Eastwood.
Stupid though.
So then you do get your shootout.
Iggy starts saying his own name.
Iggy.
Iggy,
Wait,
Iggy,
he does?
Iggy. In the
Yeah.
anime, his noises sound like Pokemon noises. He sometimes just
Oh
goes
my
like
God.
Iggy, Iggy, Iggy. It's funny.
And of course, Jotaro wins the draw by punching Endul in the looks like the shoulder, while Geb basically just knocks his head off.
Yeah,
Maybe slices his forehead a bit.
yeah. Knocking his hat off is apparently like a big deal. Jotaro says I didn't even take that off when I scuba dived.
True.
Didn't even come off in the ocean. You dropped out for a second there.
Yeah, I did. I guess it's communication issues.
Hmm.
Anyways, yeah, he takes out Endul.
And Duel, like, he just kind of uses Geb to cut his own head and like pierce his own brain.
Yeah, that way they can't or find out anything about Dio.
Yeah, because apparently Joseph can read minds. And Duel
Yeah,
says
Hermit
like
Purple can.
apparently
He says he can do
Yeah.
it with Enya. That's why they take Enya with them, so they can find a TV to hook her up to.
Uh-huh.
is that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Huh. I just assumed Enduo thought like Joseph's Hermit Purple was as strong as Dio's because Dio could do that. Dio did that in like when Polnareff was talking about how he wound up with Dio.
I think that was
Because
the
like
flesh bud.
no, because like Polnareff was walking up and Dio's got like crystal ball, he's got the parrot, and like you see the scene of Sherry and Jay Guile, and Polnareff's like, "What is that?" And then Dio sticks him with the flesh bud.
Oh, you know what that is?
What?
It's Jonathan's stand.
I know. I'm just saying, like,
Wait,
it's
Oh,
her.
really?
okay, yeah. Yeah,
Oh, that's cool.
yeah.
Yep.
It leads to a lot of misconceptions by people saying, well, why did they ever do that again? Because you do see him with, like, the thorns in his hands, but later Araki revealed that was Jonathan's stand.
Mm.
Because, you know, he's using Jonathan's body.
Yeah.
Yep. It's
That's
neat.
really cool.
Yeah. So that's why Endul, like pierces his head so he could avoid any like revealing any secrets of Dio's. Not because he's got a flesh bud in him, but because he's so loyal. Dio like gave him purpose, and he's pretty much like a messiah to him.
Pretty much.
Yeah. This is something interesting about this scene that I didn't realize until this read through. And Duel's talking about like how once he awakened his stand, he became kind of fearless of others, and how things like life and death no longer really mattered to him. But then Dio was the one to like put that fear back into him. But like, and Duel mentions how Iggy would probably know what he's talking about when he says his stand made him fearless of others, and how like he could then do what he wants. And like, it made me realize like Endul and Iggy have sort of like parallel to each other, and that Endul is like if Iggy was more like the team pet you'd expect, loyal. And I feel like it's not a coincidence that they were introduced in the same arc, because they're kind of similar in that having a stand made them into like a fearless and reckless person until eventually having to be humbled by something. With Endul, it was me meeting Dio, and Iggy that comes later. But it's sort of like this neat little parallel between them, where also the one on the good guy's side is the worst one in that parallel.
Yeah.
It's neat.
Yeah,
So,
you're
yeah.
right.
Yeah.
Then
So,
we get
yeah.
a scene with
Endul
Jotaro where he
dying.
buries Endul. Then he sees Iggy watching him.
Yeah, it's nice that Jotaro tries to connect with Iggy, like say like I get why you're kind of like a pissy about this. and
Yeah.
Iki seems to try to like mend fences by returning his hat, but he just kind of stuck on there to be a little piece of shit.
Yeah. And he even has that little like scene where he's on the ground, he has like a little blip going on. Then Jotaro, of course, puts on the hat and the gum is inside, and
Gumu.
I mean, yeah. Then Iggy's laughing at him.
Yep. That's Geb. All beaten up.
Jotaro's there.
Yeah, and
Real
Jotaro's
Jotaro.
there. And we find out that Polnareff and Joseph, they were none the wiser. Da-da-da-da-da-da.
Well, here they are. that was great, honestly.
Yeah.
Honestly, yeah, it's
It
hilarious.
was a really great arc, yeah.
It's a good
Probably
comedy.
one of the funniest, along with Bast.
Yeah, I honestly I really do think that they had like no idea, because you would think like after they finally, kicked out Oingo from the car, that they would actually like be like, yeah, that guy was definitely not Jotaro, right?
Mm.
And like they'd
Sure.
talk about it, and then they'd like
Yeah.
tell Jotaro later. But they
Yeah,
didn't.
they see Jotaro and they're just like, wow, you shit fast. And you got changed.
Wow, that was quick.
Yeah.
They don't even like they're not even like, oh, well, that's pretty suspicious. And they just believe it. They're just like, oh, I guess Jotaro's just like that.
Another one of his tricks.
Yeah. His party tricks.
They
Yep.
just
Teleports.
Oh my god.
Star Platinum.
Star Platinum, empty my colon fast. What a... yeah, so that's Oingo Boingo, and from the hospital we get a quick little scene. Avdol's fine, but Kakuin's eyes are pretty messed up, so it looks like he'll have to stay put for a few days. So Kakuin has traded out Avdol for the sitting out stick.
Yep.
And from there, we move into the next arc, which is Anubis.
Taking place of the Nile.
Yes. On the Nile. And we go from that scene, they pass by some guys with a cow taking a walk. And one of them is the son of the guy at the head of the group, the kid Chaka, just kind of hanging out, being berated by his dad. He's an unassuming dude. But then they all see this fancy-looking sword at the side of the road. That's not suspicious. How to get there? I don't know how it got. I don't know how it got there. I don't know why Anubis just like had the person, whoever dropped it off, leave. But yeah, it's there, and they're looking to sell it, and they're trying to see if the inside is all cool as the outside looks, but nobody could get it open. Nobody could get it open until Chaka tries, and it just comes right out for him.
As everything
Dang.
should. Everything should come
Yeah.
out for him.
Everything should go well for Chaka.
Yes.
Oh, but before Chaka can open it, one of the guys trying to open it, he sees that his hands are split open.
Oh yeah, he was grabbing the sheath, but it somehow cut his hands. It's cray.
Yeah. Weird.
Wowzers. Yeah, but it comes out for Chaka, and he hears this voice in his head saying that you will be my stand user. I am the stand Anubis. And Chaka's personality gets a little warped, gets a little odd. He starts killing people, kills his dad, kills the guy, doesn't kill the cow, which is good. He's a good man.
I didn't do anything wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They said it was lazy, but you can't really blame them for that.
Yeah, it's a
cow.
cow. Yeah. Yeah, the cow the sword just passes through the cow and just hits the guy behind it. And the guy behind it, even though he's been cut in half horizontally, is aware enough to note that I just passed through the cow and say it out loud.
Yeah. You know.
And yeah, this is our new foe. The Anubis stand tells him to go after the Crusaders. Except Avdol. He mentions Jotaro, he mentions Joseph, he mentions Polnareff. No mention of Avdol. No respect.
Yeah.
Damn.
No respect for my guy.
Also, it's a sword, so I don't know if it has like direct contact about Abdul moving around. He probably thinks Abdul's still in the hospital.
He might. Well, then why didn't he mention Kakyoin?
Well, because Kakuin's also in the hospital. Because remember, Oingo Boingo, they both knew that they were going to the hospital to see Kakuin and Avdol. So
Yeah.
maybe Anubis get like the new memo about them.
Who cares? I don't care.
It happens, like,
Irrelevant.
next day.
Yeah. Moving on. We're going right into after Polnareff just brushes off some guy trying to sell him some fake papyrus. We move
Yeah,
pretty
very
much
Omolo.
pretty much moving right into the fight between Polnareff and Chaka, the two sword users. And then
Chaka.
boom, Chaka.
Pretty cool fight.
It is. I like this fight, especially in the
Yeah.
anime. They really go all out on the animation.
Sword fights are usually really fun.
Yeah, and like that, I always take note of when JoJo fights feel particularly like more classic shonen-y, like a part 1 or part 2 fight, but like something later on, like a stand fight like this.
Yeah.
And yeah, it does some crazy. Chaka is Polnareff notes that he's very sloppy and novice stance in the way he swings, but he's still able to get ahead by exploiting the strange phasing power of the sword. It could pass through the pillars that they're fighting around and still cut through Polnareff. It even phases through his shirt.
Yeah.
Wowzers.
Yeah, because
He
you don't.
didn't want to. He didn't want to cut the tank top.
Yeah, who would want to damage Polnareff's image? Like, you see a
Damage
guy
his titties.
you see a guy walking around like that, looking
With
like
hair
that.
like that.
Why would you want to fuck with that? Like,
It's a work of art, honestly.
yeah, it's only hurting you then, because then you don't get to gaze upon it anymore.
It's like breaking the Mona Lisa.
Essentially.
Honestly, made of marble.
Yeah.
Anyways, Polnareff does his little hack that Araki just needed a way from him to win. But didn't want to think about it earlier, where he just shoots the blade of his rapier at Chaka.
Mm. Yeah.
It bounces off the pillar and into his neck.
Pretty much, yeah. That's the being able to launch the blade out of nowhere, like it's out of nowhere, but like that's kind of it's the point of that. It's pretty much the purpose of it is to show that Anubis learns as it fights and it keeps its memories of past battles even when it changed users. Plus, this is just like a warm-up fight to the real fight of this arc, so I let it slide, kinda. Personally.
Yeah. That's next. After he's defeated, we get a color page
Ooh.
of Polnareff unsheathing Anubis and saying, "It's beautiful. Maybe I should take it out of the sheath." And I
Ooh.
know Anubis is kind of thinking, "Oh yeah, it's all coming together."
Yes. Here we go.
Yeah. It also controls some rats to make it like run away with it. At least I think it's controlling the rats because they're all those are some very organized rats to run up and take a sword.
It's like in a Demon Slayer, Uzui's rats.
Oh yeah.
The buff
The
ones. that
buff
bring the
mice.
sword. Yeah.
Love those.
Yeah.
They're cool.
So anyways, they take the sword and they think, "Oh yeah, this is super dangerous. It can like go through walls and stuff. Maybe we should take it to the police."
Yeah, they'll know what
They'll
to
know
do.
what to do. Yep. This is also.
You-
I think this is also the time when we get another Iraqi trivia corner. This time with his personal notes on the different types of Egyptians that he's seen around, and his personal opinions on them too. He's
Yeah, like who can ever deny creepy kids who stick their hands in your pockets and say "baksheesh"? I probably pronounced that wrong.
Yeah.
Or gift, aka give me money.
Yeah. That the anime actually included that like a little short and right at the end of the circus set up for Bast.
I mean, yeah, you can't tell that Iraqi's kind of bitter about the kids that he met in Egypt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If
Also,
it wasn't if it wasn't as obvious back in India when they first got there for Emperor and Hanged Man.
Yeah.
Ask Iraqi how many times has he gotten his wallet stolen.
Hmm.
But I also like the implications of when he says, women who wear the black chador do not want their pictures taken. It's not that they're embarrassed. So meaning that probably I can imagine Iraqi trying to take a picture of one.
Yeah.
And him, like, people telling him, no, don't do that. And then like,
It is
he has to be like sat down and explained.
That's fun. That's a funny image. That probably did happen to him.
I mean, it's true. They don't like their pictures taken.
Yeah.
Hey, you gotta respect people's religion, Iraqi. Their culture.
Dang it, Iraqi.
So anyways, Polnareff, he gets taken, and instead of taking the sword to the police, he decides to go to the barbers.
Yeah, take it to the barber instead.
I will say, the barber Khan, he's kind of good looking.
Yeah, well,
coming from me, thinks like 80% of characters are good looking, but this guy's a very gentle face.
Well, he's voiced by Joshua Tomar. Of course, he'd be a real Chad-looking dude.
Oh, remind me who that is.
He's a guy.
And when I know.
Really? Wait,
Nah.
I didn't know it was a guy.
He's a YouTuber. He's on Oni Plays.
Yes.
Oh, okay. I did not know that.
He's a voice actor. He's been in a few things. He was somebody in Hunter. He was Yuppie in Hunter x Hunter too. I think that's one of his bigger roles. Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Nice.
Yeah. So Polnareff's just getting a shave and a haircut, and then not Shaka. What's this guy's name again? Khan. Yeah. Khan suddenly has the sword. He's been taken over by Anubis.
Chaka and Khan are named after a rapper.
Right.
Chaka Khan, who's pretty good. But actually, I like in the anime when Polnareff is getting his shave, he says in French, "Très bien," but then Japan, he does like this extra thing. He's like, "Très bien, très bien."
What a little guy. Too much, or not too much. Lots of gratuitous English. Where's the gratuitous French?
Exactly.
Yeah. So.
Also in the anime, an added detail is Jotaro's magazine. He's reading a fish magazine, which hints at his future when he becomes a marine biologist.
That's true. Yes.
I thought it was so funny when we're like, he's gonna become a marine biologist. That's amazing.
Did you not see the magazine?
Jotaro created SpongeBob.
Yeah.
Probably. I would not put it past him.
Yes.
Anyways,
this sponge is entertaining. Yeah. The fight is back on, and Polnareff's able to keep up, but then he tries the blade bounce shoot thing again, but Anubis is able to counter it because he learns as he fights. Wow. And Jotaro's got to take over.
Yeah, because he's out dueling Polnareff.
And yeah, there's a quick little fight between him and the Anubis possessed Khan until Jotaro.
Khan and Polnareff fight for quite a few pages before Jotaro actually does anything. So Jotaro's just sitting there, he's like, well, a few more words. I need to read about these anglerfish.
Yeah.
Calm down.
Yeah.
Let me get to the end of the chapter.
Let me see how this plays out. I'm reading about swordfish, fittingly enough.
He's trying to
So
get a few
then-
pointers.
He punches him through the window.
Yeah, punches him through the window. They're fighting out in the street. And eventually, Star Platinum's able to catch the blade barehanded. Classic. And he snaps the blade. And that's enough to break the hold on Khan. And yeah, they're able to work the rest of the sword back into the sheath. But then a policeman comes over, and he just kind of ruins it. He fucks it all up for us because as Polnareff is trying to keep it away from him, he accidentally unsheaths it, and now we got Pol versus Jotaro.
Evil
Oh
Pol.
yeah.
Oh shit.
He has the menacings now. Again.
I think it was actually earlier, but I forget where it is. But I remember Anubis gave a pretty succinct reasoning of why Jotaro isn't just getting by on kicking ass with a strong stand. Star Platinum is so strong because Jotaro is good at thinking on his feet, which I feel that's right. It's not just Star Platinum is strong; it's that Jotaro is able to think fast enough to make Star Platinum that strong and fast. But he'll have his work cut out from him now because now it's Jotaro v Polnareff. And
this fight is
I'm back.
pretty cool. Wait,
oh, you
you're
dropped
back?
for a second.
Oh,
Yeah,
I see.
I guess the storm took it out.
What were you saying, Dylan?
I mean, like, this fight is pretty neat. I don't have like an analysis or anything.
Yeah, it's not like the super highbrow like 80-step plan type of fights that Jojo is starting to become. This is really just like classic shonen action, sword against fist. And then eventually we get the real crux of the arc, dual-wielding silver chariot.
It looks like General Grievous from Star Wars.
General Jotaro.
He's just like rotating his fucking hands.
It's pretty neato. It's not in the manga, but in the anime, we get a additional usage of the star finger and the armor coming off of Silver Chariot. He drops the shoulder pads, which is pretty nice. Bringing that back.
Yeah, it's actually been quite a while since we've seen that. Whenever
and we'll never see it again.
Whenever Polnareff uses Silver Chariot, he's just sword stabby, and that's it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's part 3, the era of the himbo stands. He punched strong. He's got a sword, fire.
Yeah.
It's not sound effects become reality. Fighter plane with real guns. Colony of zooplankton. This is the Superman stance.
Superman stance.
Yeah, not like a huge amount of strategy for at least not for this fight.
Yeah.
Oh.
But
at least until Polnareff gets the drop on Jotaro and stabs him.
Yeah, stabs him in the gut.
And tears his belt.
Jotaro's fine. He's good.
You got 2 others.
You broke my Caesar belt.
Yeah. Anyways, Jotaro, using his quick thinking, decides, hey, the evil sword's in me. I can just break it now.
Yep. And yeah, he just punches the blade repeatedly until it's just chunks.
Pull out, pull out, pull out.
Nah, never pull out.
And so now, finally, Anubis has been defeated completely.
Or is it?
Oh,
We also get something fun from Anubis before the thing with the kid, and that is that Anubis, when Dio found him, was in a museum.
Right. That.
Dio was just like, oh, you wasting
You're a
your potential
stand.
being here.
Yeah,
You're a
that's.
sword. You should be out there cutting people.
You could go places, cut
It's like,
things.
yeah, I could.
That's when we get Anubis's backstory, and that his original stand user lived like hundreds of years ago, and the stand has its own like personality and outlived its master. It's our first example of a post-mortem stand.
Probably the most sophisticated example too, because the other one is nasty.
Oh yeah.
But anyway, so yeah. Also, I like the little detail that Dio found because I can totally see Dio being the type to just go to museums.
Yeah, probably like after they're closed, he just kind of sneaks in. Oh,
Probably. He's a huge nerd like that.
Well, what else is he
private
gonna do?
collection.
He wants to learn.
Probably steals things.
He's been, under the ocean for 100 years. He's got to catch up on the times.
Yeah.
Like many things. He likes stealing
What is,
things.
Yeah.
what is this horseless carriage? Automobile?
Oh my god.
Never heard of it. Probably powered by something satanic. I'm from Victorian England.
Probably, yeah.
That's probably Dio's
Yeah.
defense to whenever he didn't know something. Like, don't. I'm not an idiot. I'm just from Victorian England.
Come on, dude.
Exactly.
Cut me some slack.
That was definitely a very interesting 4 years for him before this all happened.
Yeah.
He can only go out at night, so he's probably a lot of nightclubs he just stumbles into.
Yeah.
Like,
I'm sure
have
it's
you
like
ever
his
seen-
hunting grounds.
There's a
for-
movie plus it's a show now too. It's called What We Do in the Shadows. It's on
I've heard of
FX.
it.
Yeah, it's basically just that, just a bunch of vampires doing things at night. Like they go to like the city council.
That's fun.
Yeah.
I could see Dio doing that if he, lived past this.
Pretty much, they got like an old Nosferatu vampire living with them.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Uh,
Anyway,
yeah,
the
back to
sword-
Anubis. The sword's tip that Jojo broke off earlier, that's still big enough to house Anubis, and this little kid, who's like, I think he's like dressed up like a superhero or something. He's got a cape.
Yeah, he does.
Who
He
knows?
picks it up, and Anubis possesses him, and he's gonna have the kid hurl it at Jotaro, kill him. But then Iggy comes in with the big saves, stealing the lollipop that fell out of the kid's mouth, and he ends up fucking up the throw. And Anubis is sent hurtling towards the Nile.
Yeah.
Iggy is like, I've noticed Iggy is always like, he just shows up at the right times just to fuck things up for the bad guy. Like, not perfect.
He's too powerful.
I don't think it's like purposeful, but it's funny. It's good.
Yeah.
Nah, we get like a scene in the anime of it showing you exactly how Iggy thinks.
Mm.
With the Mariah fight, where he sees the climax of the Mariah fight, and they just like watching him for a bit, and they just turns around and walks away.
Yeah, he's like, fuck it.
No problem.
I enjoy these brief Iggy scenes before his own arc later.
Yeah, it's nice.
So Anubis is just sailing wildly towards the Nile, and he's panicking the entire time. He's gonna hit a wall, but ends up too panicked, and he ends up phasing through the wall accidentally. He's heading for a boat, and he's gonna catch on that, but then he ends up sinking into a cow's butt instead. And then he thinks like, oh, I'll take over the cow, but then he slips out, and he ends up in the water.
Yep. At
Of
the
course.
mercy of Fish and Mr. Crab.
Yeah, he tries to convince Mr. Krabs to bring him out, but they just scuttle away.
They're
And
like,
yeah,
fuck that.
that's pretty much the end of Anubis. He'll just rust down there in a couple days, and that's it. F.
Okay.
And that's the last we hear of him, just going, "I'm so alone."
He'll be there for all
Yep.
eternity.
Yeah.
At least until he rusts, decomposes.
Can he? He's a stand.
He's a sword.
Nice.
He's bound to the sword.
But he's also a
So once
stand.
that's
I don't know,
gone,
maybe.
It
Yeah.
just disappears.
yeah, it's like Wheel of Fortune or Strength. He's bound to it. It's just that he's also like this, post-mortem, has his own mind kind of stand.
Right. So,
Yes.
But that said, Joseph announces that it's time to go to Luxor.
Yes. And now we're moving into a solid contender for the funniest arc, Best's Mariah.
Asks
some
Mariah.
good stuff over
Yes.
here.
The enemy of retail workers on Christmas.
Mm.
So
Dang.
anyways, in case you thought Jojo was getting too classy, they have another bathroom joke.
Yep.
Of course.
Joseph,
Time with
instead
Joseph,
of
right?
Polnareff, and Iggy too, he's just chilling there with him.
Oh, he's a dog. That's what dogs do. They just bust into the bathroom and sit with you.
Mm.
Your dog didn't do that?
Not really. She had her own little bathroom adventures trying to dig through the trash.
Oh, fun.
She didn't care of our
Wonderful.
business in there.
Well, anyway, so Rocky, he has his trivia moment, this time with wind toilets.
Yes.
You just go in there, do your business, and hope it's windy enough that before you get back, it's gone.
So,
Yeah, and
Araki
it's
loves his trivia, and he also loves showcasing various kinds of toilets.
and poop. He enjoys drawing poop a lot.
And
I can
poop,
think
yes.
of I can think of 3 instances in the arcs we've covered where he's drawn out some poop. Or actually 4.
I feel like I know him so well now.
Oh, boy. He's a cultured individual.
Yes.
Anyways, after his bathroom misadventure, Joseph goes outside and sees a electrical socket plugged into a rock.
Yeah. You'd think he'd be a bit
Nothing
more
weird about this.
You'd think he'd be a bit more wary about that after how paranoid he was during Oingo Boingo.
Right? Oh, it's
Oh,
just a
because the rock
random
knocks him.
electrical socket out in the middle of nowhere
In a rock.
in a rock.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong
He's an
here.
old man, and his brain got attacked like 3-4
Yeah,
days
he has
ago.
brain damage, so
Yeah, he's still missing some brain cells that Dan took. Yeah, and he tries touching it, and it shocks him, and he's just like, "Oh, it shocked me. Okay, let's go."
Oh, well.
And then we
Worry
see,
about that too much.
yeah, but then we see that was actually the stand of our new enemy, Mariah. This
Yeah,
this
so hot.
hot lady.
Oh, woman.
Mhm. Her skin is so light in
Man,
the
he's saying,
colored manga compared
compared to what? Mike?
compared to the anime. In the manga, her
no.
skin's so light.
Not really. I don't think.
yeah, I can see what you mean. I think it's the hair too also does it, because she has blonde hair in the manga
Yeah,
versus
that,
the silver.
right.
Wait, I
Uh,
thought it was blonde in the anime also.
yeah. Yeah. Trust me, I know
It's silver.
color. I know.
Yeah, you do know, Mike. You're right.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on.
Yeah, moving on. They're getting some drinks, and we see some strange stuff is happening. The radio is shorting out, even though it's not supposed to. And the bottle caps of their cokes and the bottle opener, they're like coming towards Joseph, and
Strange.
And they're clinging to his
yeah,
butt.
they start clinging to his back. There's a very horrifying scene of this guy building something. And he's got like nails in between his teeth, and as Joseph walks by, they end up going through his cheek.
Yeah,
Oh shit.
it's full on Junji
But-
Ito manga right there.
Ugh.
And he also almost
Scary.
slams fucking Joseph in the head with the hammer.
Oh yeah.
Which is it.
Because Abdal is a cool guy.
Yeah,
These are-
and then you get the lesson from Polnareff of watch out, it's dangerous to throw hammers.
Yeah, don't throw hammers. And then they like just see this guy hunched over, like screaming about how it hurts. And they're just
Don't
like,
throw
whatever.
hammers.
Well, I'll
Yep.
just leave you to it.
Yeah.
That'll teach him.
Yep. So now we see the next morning Joseph slept in a bit. He also like tossed around to the point where he's like on the other side of his bed, which Abdal phrases in the weirdest fucking way, in that like you were facing north when you fell asleep, but now you're facing south.
Why not just like say he's in the bed completely backwards?
Because then we can't have the dramatic irony of the magnet terminology.
Ah.
Yeah. And so, yeah, everything's just kind of like being attracted to Joseph, and he's just
Aren't we
not worse
all?
for wear.
All.
That's true. He is a real
We all
dilf.
just share at one point, just appreciating his old man booty.
Mm. Yeah.
Mm,
Uh,
that's just me.
those two like younger girls walking by him don't appreciate it.
No.
Because her skirt flips up because the buttons are attracted to him magnetically, and they just get smacked for it.
Yeah.
And then an old lady walks by, and the exact same thing happens, but she's into it for some reason.
Yeah, well,
She's old and kinky. She
That's
hasn't
true.
gotten any action in years.
That's
yeah,
true.
she doesn't know how much longer she's got. She's got to like use her time wisely.
For someone like that, Joseph's probably like a prime cut of meat.
Probably.
Honestly.
Basically. Also, I like how Joseph, like, at some point later on, he refers to her as like an old hag. Meanwhile, like, she's not much older than him.
Yeah.
She kind of looks like Suzy Q too.
Yeah,
bit.
yeah, definitely.
She's just shorter.
Yeah. Shorter and all knobbly need.
Then we get our terrifying final destination scene with Joseph going down the escalator.
Yeah, that's when he realizes who the stand user is, and that's a stand attack.
Yeah, you recognize that ass anyway.
That's true. I'd know that ass anywhere.
And her skirt medal, because apparently that's like trendy in this hotel today, goes and ties him to the escalator.
Yeah,
It's pretty terrifying.
Oh yeah, I hate escalators already because I always feel like they're gonna fall.
Yeah.
I'm gonna fall off
My
of them.
work breaks all the time.
Mm.
It's terrifying.
Yeah, Joseph just almost dies, partly because he didn't reach his hermit purple around enough to find the emergency stop button,
Pretty
and he
much.
just assumes there's not one. And
Yeah.
Avdol just has to come bail him out, but he doesn't even notice. Long after the escalator stops, he's still freaking the hell out.
All these
Also,
people are
this-
just watching him.
This escalator must be really freaking slow because Joseph has so long, like it's just a long time before like he actually makes it down to the bottom, and then even then he still has plenty of time before like it actually crushes him because he's like reaching around like for the button and everything.
And
You
it's Jojo time. It's like bullet time.
Yeah.
You got time to talk.
And the thing
A
going
lot
in is his
happens.
prosthetic hand, which is metal, so it'd probably take a lot longer to cut up by the escalator.
That's
Well,
fair.
it's both of his hands.
Oh.
Yeah. So I don't know, and also his neck. He's got it
yeah.
around his neck.
Yeah, but he's pushing against it with the prosthetic hand. While he's trying to use Hermit Purple to
Oh, I suppose.
push the button.
Yeah. But yeah,
Either way, it's weird.
Avdol bails him out, and he just kind of like sidestep it by being like, "It seems to be in working order. I'm the inspector. I'm the inspector. Noted. Note that. I'm not wanted for murder in India."
Definitely.
Definitely not.
No
Uh,
problems.
And yeah, they get to work locating the stand user, and their search takes them to the woman's bathroom, of course. And
Charming.
yeah, and they just gotta get to work checking. They're checking for her legs under the stalls, and they keep going. And as soon as they think they find her, Joseph's magnetism ends up undoing all the locks on the ones they passed, and they get caught. And
Yeah.
Avdol is just uncomfortable this whole time. He's just like bathroom escapades are like Polnareff's thing. Leave me out of this.
Yeah.
And of course, especially when one of the what's the word?
Yeah,
Uh,
Stalls.
proprietors of the bathroom is the old lady.
yeah, the
Yeah.
one they think the one they thought was Mariah's legs turns out to be that like wobbly kneed old lady, and
She's like,
she is
"Oh
once
my."
again, yeah, she's once again really into Joseph, just like what she is
Oh, what
doomed.
a man! What interrupting me while I'm in the bathroom?
Yeah, I
They
love
dip
a
out the
man.
window like you do.
I love a man who interrupts
then-
me when I'm shitting.
And then Joseph does a big ass holy shit.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but yes, yeah. So they hoof it after Mariah. They're out on the street now, and it turns out Avdol had touched an outlet when he was going for the emergency button, and now they're just stuck together, Joseph and Avdol.
You know, it's like all my friends. Whenever the COVID ends, it's exactly what we're gonna do.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
Just
yeah.
push ourselves up against each other and dance on the street.
oh yeah, and yeah, that leads into the famous scene of them trying to get unstuck, and yeah, they some kids are watching, but they get them to go away by claiming that like we're just practicing our mambo, we're dancing.
Dancing in
Lovely
the street
day
is
for
fun.
dancing.
Avdol sounds so mortified already, especially in the dub.
Yes.
And yeah, they Joseph's first idea is like he's gonna hook his arms onto this wooden fence, and Avdol's gonna slide down him. By his
Yeah, confirm
logic,
the opposite poles.
yeah, by his logic, the head and the feet are opposite poles, so Avdol's head and his feet would repel. So Avdol gets to work on that, and just ends up pausing at the crotch
Yeah.
with his
Right
face.
when all the kids bring their friends over, like, "Hey, look, these old men are doing something weird. Let's watch."
Yeah, they
You gotta find
all
entertainment somehow.
all the
The
kids
80s.
just have the blankest expressions.
And this
It's-
dog
Yeah.
with them looks pissed.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's like, what the hell is going on? It's like,
yeah, and,
you know that meme of like the kid sitting the kid sitting in the class, and then all the girls are like looking at him from ahead.
oh yeah,
It's like that.
yeah, and it's just Avdol's got his face buried in Joseph crotch, going.
Yeah. And then they like freak out, and they somehow end up in a different position.
Yeah, they
Yeah,
Uh,
Justin starts
Avdol.
thrusting, and he like launches him off, and then Abdul, he
Yeah,
spins a bit, and his butt goes into where Abdul's crotch is.
Yeah.
yep,
Which again,
yeah. And Joseph starts freaking out, and like he's bucking against the fence,
Yeah.
and it just looks like Avdol's humping him out in the street.
In
And
front
that's
of a
when the
bunch
old
of
lady shows
kids.
up again.
and we find out that this old lady, well, she's not that open-minded.
Yeah.
Yeah,
she's-
and she just
She's
starts.
not interested in
Yeah.
having a three-parter, but no.
Yeah, and she
Okay.
just starts whacking him with the umbrella.
I don't doubt that she's like quite the homophobe, but to be fair, they do appear to be doing this in broad daylight in front of a bunch of kids.
That's true.
True. Okay. Yeah, you got that, lady. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah. Although she seems more angry with the fact that Joseph apparently has another partner rather than her.
That too. Also,
And-
one thing I've noticed in this arc actually, uh the woman, like, their faces are drawn like really like weirdly, like at some, like once they like freak out, Like earlier when those girls were walking by and then Joseph like,
Yeah,
flipped the
and
skirt up.
yeah, and
All of a
Mariah's
sudden,
face
yeah,
later.
in Mariah's face later, yeah, like
I
once,
think that I think
yeah,
it's just for comedy, like the
Yeah.
exaggerated reaction. I like
yeah,
Mariah's ugly face. It gives her a lot of
it's good.
personality.
It really
Yeah.
does. It just girl.
Yeah.
She can get
Other
really pissed off.
female stand user who is attracted to one of the Crusaders.
At least she has like pissed off face.
Yeah, that ugly face. But yeah, that's that famous scene. They get undone and roll down a hill, and they think they catch up, but turns out they're by some railroad tracks and end up magnetized to them. And look out, there's a train coming.
You.
They're stuck to the tracks. Olive oil is tied to them down the road.
Yeah.
And yeah, they're Joseph just wants Avdol to burn through the tracks, but he points out like we derail a train and kill a lot of people. Let's try something else.
Yeah.
So what?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Come on.
Fair enough.
Who
Yeah, I didn't
cares?
consider that argument. Fuck it. But
It's just
no,
a bunch
apparently,
of women and children.
yeah, who cares? But yeah, Avdol is able to like dig a hole and burn through the wood, the
The
wood
wood.
planks, and they're able to
Make it
hide
underneath.
pretty much, yeah. And Mariah makes her face
They're like
in reaction.
inches away from like the wheels of the train, like crushing
Yeah.
their fingers.
Yep. Uh, and Avdol is able to like, he's like, this feels much more in character for me. That's
He's
nice.
got like the smirk on his face.
Yeah. So
And
yeah. So they burn through the tracks, and they get on their feet, and Joseph's able to get Hermit Purple around Mariah's neck, and he's planning on choking her out, But then, craziest thing, her boob grows.
Oh
Wow.
my.
hell
I
yeah.
can't believe it.
And Joseph's like, hmm?
Actually, might be a callback to part 2 when the conversation that him and Smokey have in the cafe, where he's like,
Oh,
"Women
yeah.
actually do surgery to make their boobs get bigger."
I
And now
like
he's in action.
that'd be funny. Um, and yeah, that's not her boobs growing. She just has a bunch of screws in her bra.
I mean, imagine having to wake up and do that every morning. That would be.
How's she not been jingling this whole time?
Who knows? She just walks really slowly.
Yep.
Very
But
tough.
yeah, she's able to use that as a distraction to get away, and
So she
from there
does.
the chase is on. Joseph and Avdol are able to separate, and they give chase, and they end up at corner. They're able to pretty much corner her with like one on Joseph on one side, Avdol on the other side. But at that point, their magnetism is so strong that like
They're yeah, everything is like magnetizing to them. So like they're running and like
Yeah.
they've got cans going towards them. They've a fucking bicycle.
a
Like
guy's trying.
Frozen.
Yeah, guy's proposing, and the wedding ring goes flying. There's a
uh,
guy like
dentures.
there's a guy stacking cans, and you think that the cans are gonna go flying first, but then this random old guy's dentures go out first, and then the cans.
And then there's like a dog. This might be another dog death for all we know of.
Probably.
Oof.
I can't
Yeah.
imagine that dog survived that.
Oh.
Jeez.
Oh, so
But,
can you imagine sneak another one in there?
Just a little one.
Yeah. So they finally corner her, and she does the craziest shit. She fucking cuts the electrical wires, the power
the power
lines.
lines.
And like at this point, I'm just like, how the fuck are they gonna make it out of this? Literally, like I don't understand.
Yeah.
This is fucking like this is like a brutal death awaiting them.
Yeah, because you
Yeah.
like see they're like the wires are like they look like snakes going right towards them. You know, it's inches away from his face.
Like they're covered in fucking metal. Like,
But then
how?
that's when Joseph like is like begging for her to stop, but it turns out that he was just trying to like give her one last chance to give up. And when she won't, he reveals that she's already lost. He was holding himself back like under a storm drain. But when he and Avdol like let go of what they're anchoring themselves to, they go flying towards each other, and Mariah gets sandwiched.
Wait, I
Yeah.
forget what
I think that's the
happened
worst
to
way to
the
go.
what happened to the power lines? How did they not get electrocuted?
Because she gets
Uh,
knocked out.
The what?
I think they say that it's because she gets knocked out that Bast turns off.
No, he's saying
So,
like, why didn't the
well,
power lines fry him when he went flying forward? I guess he
Yeah,
just like whipped him to the side when he went flying.
I suppose. I don't know. It's strange.
Oh well. But yeah, that's the end of the fight. She just kind of gets crushed,
Yeah.
and we move on. We mo- we move on.
Little kids playing in mud.
That's I do like for how much I hate this arc. I do love this start with the kids playing in the sandbox, but they're like they're playing like bar, and like the two little girls are like discussing like really mature stuff, and then Paul he cuts a Polnareff watching. He's like, "Man, kids are great. They're so innocent."
What a
I actually the thing I like about this arc is I like the beginning with the little girls, and I like the end when Polnareff sends off the lady.
Yeah,
And I think everything about Alessi managing it is great in this arc, but all the shit with Alessi is just terrible.
Oh,
yeah.
yeah. That's the
It's
point.
yeah.
It's supposed to like
Yeah.
contrast against Polnareff like liking kids
Yeah.
and stuff and being like,
Something like
damn, how precious of them.
something like that. Yeah, I
Yeah.
do like that where the little girls are just discussing this really mature stuff, and Polnareff's like, "Oh, how innocent, how pure." And speaking of that, we get the opposite in the form of Alessi. Creepy right off the bat. There's
Bells in his hair.
yeah, big fucking pigtails with bells in them. There was just suspenders, the weird fucking body. Ugh.
Good
I,
boy, you didn't cry. Are you
He-
hurt?
he's not even he's not even interesting designed wise. He looks dumb.
He looks like the
Yeah.
third Oingo Boingo brother.
Spoingo.
This is Boingo.
Yeah.
Spoingo. I'm Spoingo. It's not. He's not. I get the point of him is to be creepy, but he's not even creepy in a scary way. He's just in an off-putting way that makes you
Yeah,
want to skip
It's
over
not
him.
even really funny either. It's just
It's
Yeah,
not
he's just,
off-putting.
like, weird.
It's not funny or scary. It's just uncomfortable.
I'm
Eh.
sure it was funny in the past. I
Yeah,
don't know.
to
It's
the
kind of
target
hasn't
audience.
aged well.
To the target audience of the time, I suppose a lot of this might have been funny, but yeah, it hasn't aged well.
Yeah, it is what it is.
So he gets to work going after the Crusaders, and I like the fact that he's just not even competent by their standards because he's very, very obvious in tailing them.
Yeah.
And yeah, he attacks with his stand set, which is just like him. It's not even interesting design wise. It's really
Like I told
It's
Mike
just
when I
a
first saw it,
shadow.
it looks like a Funko Pop.
it's at least unique, but it's boring and plain.
Yeah.
If you want an actually interesting shadow stand, wait until part 5.
Yeah.
I think like the whole idea of him being like incredibly incompetent is because like his whole shtick is that he's like he fights children.
Yeah.
So like he's basically a child himself. He's like I don't know.
He can't beat any adult, so
Yeah.
he's gotta go.
Take on children like a 4-year-old.
Yeah,
Yeah, he's like he was like bullied as a kid, and so now he's the bully, but he can't. But he's too weak to do anything
He's
to
petty.
adults.
Pretty much. That sounds accurate.
Yeah.
Just
Uh,
frustrated.
yeah. So he goes after Polnareff first, and Polnareff is on the shadow for a second, which is good enough for Leslie. So he takes off. Polnareff shouts to Jotaro that there's an enemy, and he takes off. And we get a few pages from Polnareff's like his eyes, his point of vision, and it's like it's interesting in that like we see him slowly. You wouldn't really notice at first unless you know what's happening. But like when you know it's happening, like you could see him shrinking, and you can see like the world around him getting bigger, and like
Yeah.
there's a lot of good build up to what's happening to him until we finally see the realization that he's been de-aged.
It's pretty neat.
Yeah, and the Jotaro catches up with him, but apparently like. Well, first of all, I don't even get the whole memory loss part of the stand because like it's so like Polnareff.
Yeah.
Kind of a
There's
hack.
yeah, it feels like just a way to keep him from telling Jotaro since the story needed exactly that, even though he retains a lot like of his adult memories and like
Well,
he
yeah.
knows stuff that
It's
he
just
wouldn't know
so
at that
weird.
age. Also,
I don't get it.
Lazy.
Jotaro's just a moron for not recognizing
Jojo. Like,
Polnareff. The
yeah.
same clothes that are too big for him, the same
Uh-huh.
type of hair, same
Especially since he
earrings.
knows like stand abilities are very versatile, so he
Yeah,
should be able to pick up like,
yeah,
gee, be the stand user shrank Polnareff or whatnot.
yeah. And he knows that there's an enemy. He knows
Yeah.
that Polnareff said there's an enemy. He ran off. Jotaro lost sight of him, and now he's seeing this kid
Well,
that looks just like him,
I don't
saying like,
I don't
"What?
think Jotaro actually heard him because I'm pretty sure J- like Polnareff got like left behind basically, and Jotaro was like nowhere to be seen. And Polnareff like yelled, "There's a stand user," and then he looked over and Jotaro just wasn't there.
Wasn't there like a reaction panel?" I could have sworn.
Let me go
I
back. Let me check.
don't believe so.
Uh, well, still,
Oh, there
it's
was a reaction panel, but then Polnareff was gone somehow. I
well,
don't know.
if he's reacted, he heard
Because
him.
it's only Polnareff reacting to him because it shows Jotaro walking away.
Right, like
No,
he
no, and then Polnareff screams, and then Jotaro looks behind, and there's like a reaction panel. But maybe
right.
he
So
just heard like Polnareff's
uh,
voice, and
uh,
he didn't
I
hear
don't
what
know.
he said.
Even
Oh,
if
and
he
then
didn't,
it says, Polnareff, where'd you go?
right.
So he's
But
like
like
looking for him.
even then, like he knows that like there are still stand users afoot. He knows that it's a possibility,
Yeah,
and he's seen possession with Hierophant Green. He's seen fake Cockeween, a molester chimp. He's seen zombie illusion fog, and he's seen way
right?
more esoteric stuff than just turned into a kid.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
totally.
like
It's
he's
it's just
Jotaro. You would think Jotaro would be
yeah.
able to pick up on
It's
this kind of
just
stuff.
it's yeah. It's just plot convenience when like the other way you could have done it is just have them be split up
Hmm.
at the start.
Yeah, like Jotaro just does not hear Polnareff call it out because it already showed like Jotaro is walking away. He's not part of the conflict.
Or just not have Jotaro run into fake or not fake, run into child Polnareff.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Have him
instead
that's
of
like
easy
later.
too.
run past and Polnareff calls out, but he doesn't hear him because it's a kid's voice. He's not going to notice. Yeah, it's just convenience, and that's yeah. So Alessi shows back up, and he's got like I think he pulls out a gun first. It's always shocking in like these shonen power show when a character just straight up pulls out a gun.
Yeah, it's not something you're used to.
Yeah. But the bullet gets deflected because since Polnareff was a born stand user, he's still got chariot.
Mm.
But it's small.
It
Should be
is. It's a little tiny
Small
baby
chariot.
chariot, and his sword gets dented when it hits bullets.
Chibi Chariot is really cute.
Hmm.
He's good.
Yeah, he's a good boy. But he's also LSU's now got an axe too. And,
Apparently, that's the one thing I was like, how does this guy have a whole fucking axe on him?
Also, like, it's very unsafe because the blade could easily like cut his artery at any moment.
Right.
The way
Yeah.
it's because that should definitely be upside down in his shirt, if anything, and
Yep.
it should definitely have a cover.
Say what you will of Alessi, don't call him smart.
Yeah, oh yeah,
Not
at all.
even close. And this
Not
is a
even
big
one.
fucking axe too.
Mm,
It is.
yeah. But Polnareff, he's able to get out of that. I forget how. I kind of skimmed this arc. Can you blame me?
Shoot the little sword into Alessi's
Oh
neck.
yeah. Right.
And then he
Or,
down, he's
wait,
running,
did he
he's
shoot
running
the sword, or did it
It
just like
I think it was a
fall off?
coincidence.
And it fell.
Ah,
Yeah.
yeah.
It was just Alessi's bad luck.
Right. And it just stabbed into his neck.
I feel
And
like
yeah,
bad
Paul-
luck has been a big saving grace of the Crusaders,
That's
so far.
Especially in this one though, because this is like really bad luck for Alessi, because Alessi's just such a dumbass.
That's true, yeah. And yeah, so little Pole runs off and he ends up saved when a nice lady finds him. And Alessi's just kind of scared of confronting any adult.
Yeah, and this lady, for the longest time, like, well, not the longest time, is at least while I was watching it, because I didn't want to pull out my phone and check who it was, but when I was watching this dubbed, I'm like, who is this woman? I recognize her voice. It ends up being Carrie.
I don't know who that is.
She plays Sasuke in Kill la Kill.
Oh,
Ah.
Yeah.
interesting.
I know her more because she's using the same voice she uses in Danganronpa, and I didn't recognize it.
Little dangle.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So yeah, the whole time
She-
I'm like, who is this lady's voice? And it's like, oh, it's just her.
Who is this creepy lady?
She's not creepy. She has
It's-
a nice.
She's being
Okay,
way
the character is creepy. Yeah.
Well,
she's being way too cozy with this random kid.
Yeah, it is
Yeah.
kind of weird.
Didn't even ask this random ass white boy, little bitch ass white boy, where his parents are. We already have enough
Oh, she's
stranger
like, "Are you
danger.
hurt?"
Yeah, we've got a bit. We've already got a bit too much stranger danger with Alessi. We don't need this lady bringing him into his house, like bathing him, getting into like her underwear, and she's just. Ugh.
Yeah, that's weird.
I
I
feel
would
dirty.
imagine, like,
Without taking off your clothes.
I feel dirty reading it.
I would imagine
Yeah,
like the
you-
culture is just a little bit different in Egypt, but like still,
Maybe.
man, I don't know about
Yeah.
this.
Especially since when Peter starts mentioning his, you know what?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Mm.
because even you can tell what he's thinking, and that's really
Also,
bad.
Polnareff has been turned into a child, and like his mental state should have also been reverted to a child. So
Because he's like 4 years old. You're not thinking about that when you're 4 years old.
well
at least.
he's like 9, I think, at this point.
Right.
But
Yeah, he's,
So you don't
he
think
shouldn't
about
be
that
like
as much.
getting excited about that. You know what I mean?
yeah. He's
No, I think that's also
prepubescent.
part of Araki not really getting how the memory loss is supposed to be working right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's still thinking
Yeah.
this way, and he's like, "Oh, it shrank," when that's really not something you should be thinking about when you're 9.
Yeah. Yeah.
But of
Um,
course, we see Set
Yeah. Alessi
Enter the door.
returns.
his axe.
The one, like, maybe the one time Alessi is like actually creepy in like an actually scary way is when like the lady's shampooing Polnareff's hair, and then we turn the page and it's actually Alessi taking her place.
Yeah,
That
it's
is an
not fun.
that's an actually scary reveal.
Especially since Araki just feels the need to draw the thing.
Ugh.
It's definitely extra not fun.
At least it's not his usual detailedness. It's just
Yeah.
like, little
Well,
Goku
It's just
kind of
Yeah,
like,
I
he
was
did
gonna
it again,
say-
it's way too.
Little Goku.
his little
Yeah.
Goku.
So so Set gets the drop on him, and Chibi Chariot comes out and gets his arm slit, and lucky again, it doesn't hit an artery.
Mm.
Gross.
And yeah, he tries to drown Polnareff in the tub,
As
but
usual.
we have the greatest strat in JoJo history of getting out of this
Yeah.
fix. Fling your shit at him.
Oh, yeah.
I love the like fucking shit-eating grin on his face. He's like, I'm gonna do it.
That face was funny, but like, it-
It's low brow.
yeah.
No,
I'm-
it's
Oh,
good.
I'm-
It's good. Come on.
I didn't realize. I forgot that like Wheel of Fortune wasn't the only like fourth wall breaking bit. Alessi just after he got shit in his face. Alessi's just like that's not something a main character should do.
Yeah, you're right. It is definitely. I think Alessi is just like bringing up how like goofy it is. You know, usually
Yeah.
the main character would be doing that.
Right?
You
Yeah.
know, it's kind of like a comedic because he even looks like a clown. Like you never noticed that.
He does
He
look
looks
like a
like a
clown. He looks like
The
a creepy
hair.
clown. Yeah. The suspenders.
Yeah,
Does
it's
he have
exactly.
He's he's a real creep, but not like not scary enough to be creepy scary. So he's just creepy.
Yeah.
Speaking of creepy, the lady needs to be protected because she got TH2, but not even to like a baby, to a fucking fetus.
Yeah, I
That
don't know
was
how that works.
creepy
She
as
doesn't have
fuck.
like a system helping her live.
Yeah,
Whenever that word happens in like a show or something, and they're like, "Oh, it's still living." It's like, no, it shouldn't. It needs
How?
a womb and like an umbilical
Yeah.
cord for
yeah,
that.
yeah.
It
They
literally
like
can't breathe or
yeah.
anything.
Alessi says like it'll die soon, but like
It
she
should
be
die after
dead
like
then.
Didn't
literally
even, like,
less than a
cry.
minute.
Yeah. Well, I don't think it can cry. It's a fucking fetus.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't have like vocal cords or anything.
Ugh,
Still developing.
why? Why not just
No.
a baby?
Exactly, because it's not like he can't carry a baby with him.
Yeah, if
Yeah,
he just
I don't
stayed
know, maybe it won't
9.
fit in the fish tank or something. I don't know.
Ugh. Ugh.
I don't know.
Of course,
Yeah.
Alessi, being a dumbass, can't catch up with a little kid.
Yeah, he even de-ages Polnareff to 4, and he can't catch up. God's sake, get a treadmill.
Right.
Honestly.
Right.
This
just so
fucking
stupid.
man.
He's
Man child.
He's not
The worst.
intimidating.
Absolute worst.
He's just
Of course, he gets
uncomfortable.
locked
can't
out of
even-
a room.
He
Yeah.
can't beat a kid.
No.
Jeez. We got a little what's The Shining? We got a little Shining reference when he
Yeah.
axes through the door. And
Also, I love what my translation of this book, the Jejonium, says. Bleba 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 bleba.
nice.
That's how they do the tongue rolling.
Yeah, he's doing the lelo.
So yeah,
Yeah, he busts in, but Pole is gone.
he even set up like several traps of like, are you under the bucket? Are you in the bear? Where are you?
Yeah,
Where could he
but
possibly be?
it turns out to be the fish tank using a hollowed out soccer ball and a mirror and a
It's the
bunch
mirror
of
trick.
the mirror trick once again, the classic,
Yeah. Arabia Fat.
the mirror trick, second only to poop throwing.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah,
And,
that
he gives him a nice sweet nose piercing with Silver Chariot. Sweet Chariot.
yep,
Yeah. It's
and
beautiful.
he falls out the window right in front of Jotaro.
Yeah, which yeah, because he's trying to run away. Of course,
From a
'cause
child.
he's like, I don't want to do it. Bye bye, and of course runs into Jotaro.
Nice, and
You know.
Jotaro gets de-aged too. Gets
Yep,
turned.
to a little baby Jotaro.
Little baby Jotaro is still able to kick his ass
Of course.
into
'cause
unconsciousness.
He's like, there's
He
no
doesn't
way
need
you could
Star
beat me up.
Platinum to beat him.
Yeah. He just
Pretty
fucking-
much.
Punched him with his kitty fist.
Yeah.
Honestly, I thought Jotaro was like when he got de-aged, like he was literally going to not change at all because he's always been like 6 foot tall.
That would be funny, yeah.
He just
Holly
he just gets more youthful looking.
Yeah.
would explain why Holly's the way she is after having to pass that baby.
Yeah, right.
I'm on constant painkillers.
Yeah, okay, Holly.
She's on like morphine and stuff.
Yeah.
But anyway, so baby Jotaro beats the shit out of Alessi, you know.
And that like he falls unconscious and that undoes the de-aging. And we
So
get
then we get finally retribution when Alessi wakes up and sees that he's with both adult Polnareff and Jotaro.
yeah, and then he gets double teamed by Star Platinum and Soul Chariot, which is it's satisfying, but like unlike with like
Yeah.
Dan or Rubber Soul, we don't even see it.
Yeah, exactly.
0 out of 10. We're Stark.
We don't even know what happens. He just gets like, who knows, just obliterated.
Retired.
There's nothing else.
Yep. And
Then
we got
Lady
a
wakes up.
yep. We had a wrap up of the arc where the lady wakes up and
Apparently
she-
remembers everything that happened while she was a fetus, which, you know, again, it's not how that
Yeah.
works.
Oh, yeah.
you don't have a fully formed brain as the. Okay.
Let's
okay.
just forget about it.
That's what
Yeah.
Polnareff says.
Kind of a
Yeah.
nice.
Just forget about it.
Yeah, because well, you know that Polnareff definitely has the hots for this girl and
Oh
thinks,
yeah.
yeah, we can take care of her, but then decides to just let her go because he doesn't need more people dying because of him.
Mm.
He's just like, oh, I don't
He
know
doesn't-
you. It's
he
fine.
doesn't-
You can just live your life, be safe.
Doesn't want to put her in danger.
And Jotaro's kind of like gives him a little smile and puts his hand on his
Yeah.
shoulder, like, you did
Yeah.
good, Polnareff. Finally made a smart decision.
For once. Yep. That's Alessi. And we could have ended here, but I did not want to.
It's terrible.
Did not want to end on Alessi. So we're moving
I also
on.
didn't want to end on shooting Dio.
Yeah. And so we're moving on. But first, before the last arc, we have a little one-off chapter. We have a little one-off chapter.
What are you talking about? I thought this was a very expansive arc. Shooting Dio.
Little one-off chapter catching up with Hol Horse. Nice.
Been a while, buddy.
Yeah. He's using his little Zippo lighter to get his way around Dio's mansion because there's no lights.
Stepping around all of his fresh bites.
Yeah, it is weird because Dio's a vampire, but that doesn't mean he can't use the fire or light bulbs.
He's a real messy eater, that Dio.
Well, he could also
Yeah,
probably
why-
see in the dark.
Yeah, but that's like inconvenient for like when Enya's there, when
Ah, fuck
Terrence
Enya.
is there, Kenny G.
Nah, he don't give a fuck. He's Dio.
That's fair.
True.
Carry a lantern. I'm Dio.
Yeah, I guess like everyone just needs night vision goggles
Basically.
because
Yeah.
he's climbing to read him a book.
He can see fine.
Do you know where I keep my copy of The Very Hungry Caterpillar?
I haven't gotten to the ending yet. Don't spoil it for me.
What does he do? He just got really fast. What happens next?
I'm
I
not
don't know how
finishing.
that works.
I'm not finishing that dinosaur book either. I know it has a bad ending.
Which one's that?
It's any dinosaur book.
Because
Not
they die.
true. Those are always really sad.
Damn.
Speaking
Wow.
of Dio, he's here, which
It's
is
him.
notable because he's pretty much been gone all part.
We still
Every
don't get to see
appearance.
his face though.
A little
That is
bit
weird,
near the
'cause
end.
We know what he looks like. He
Yeah.
doesn't look different than he does in Phantom Blood. It's the same face.
Just different, or not different. It's just build up, I guess.
Then you get the scene where Hol Horse is smoking a cigarette, and Dio decides to poke his fingers
Yeah.
on the cigarette.
It's
One
to
is
make a point.
is healing slower than the other.
Yeah. Hol Horse is very, very intimidated by Dio, but once
Beardless man
once
in a dark room. How are you not intimidated?
hmm.
To Jonathan's body.
But yeah, the Hol Horse like starts thinking to himself like he's not fully like up and at him yet. He's not invincible yet, and he's got his back turned to me. I could shoot him, and then all of this is mine. And he almost does.
Yes, because everyone would just definitely go for that.
Yeah.
Then again, Whole Horse isn't smart.
Yeah. Well, he goes for it. He's a real go-getter, and that's what Dio likes about him. As soon as Hol Horse decided to kill somebody, he was no longer nervous. He stopped sweating, his breath steadied, and Dio is a fan of that. So he gives him like, you get one more chance. Go get him, Tiger.
Meanwhile, he's a buffoon.
Yeah, because right when he's about to shoot Dio, he ends up behind him. You know, he does that Batman thing.
Right. Yeah, we got our first hint of the true powers of the world when Hol Horse is wondering like how he did that.
Yeah.
I always thought I'm pretty sure the sound effect is supposed to be like his sweat all coming back, but I always thought the sound effect in the anime was of him like pissing his pants.
Might have been. I wouldn't put it past Rocky.
That's
Hol-
that's very fair.
Whole Horse would definitely piss himself. And
Oh,
shit
yeah.
himself.
Burn them adult dabbers.
I need them depends. I depend on
It's a
them
good reason to use
depends.
my accent just then. There you go. You got it, Mike. My accent.
Yeah.
There you
Uh,
go.
We
yes.
get a very lovely panel of Iggy
Oh yeah.
in the I Call Japan.
And yeah, we move into the last arc we'll cover in this episode. Darby, the gambler.
RB.
The best arc.
The Arby's.
The Arby's,
It-
yes. I love it.
It was a great arc where we get the Crusaders are hanging around Cairo trying to find Theo's mansion through the spirit photographs, but they're having a bad time trying to find it. Nobody knows where it is until one guy does, and they try to like
After they get a very nice drink of tea, I guess. Whatever
That-
they're drinking.
the very nice drink of iced tea, the very manly drink of iced
They
tea.
didn't give Iggy a drink of iced tea.
Fuck Iggy.
He's got his gum.
Honestly, Iggy can get his own drink.
That's yeah.
Go
yeah.
drink the gutter water.
He probably doesn't mind that. It's probably his favorite.
No, he doesn't care.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
it gets a good full body taste for Iggy.
Yeah. But yeah, where one guy does know it, this weird face tattooed man in a full suit with a bunch of playing cards hanging, and
Face tattoos? I thought they were mutton chops.
I don't know what those are. I don't know what's going on with his cheeks.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's
weird.
just makeup.
Probably.
Seems like a bit of a dandy. I can see him.
I don't
See
think he
his
just
makeup.
wants. They're just aesthetic.
Maybe it's like his getting his stand did that, like Manish Boy's fangs or all the hair ones. I could see it. Yeah, they try to buy the info off of him, but he's not interested in money. He just wants to gamble, and
Yeah.
so he sets up a little bet with Polnareff. He tries to see like tosses two pieces of fish out, and he tries to see like, okay, which one do you think the cat will go for? Let's bet on it. If you win, I'll tell you. If I win, I'll just take your soul.
I also love his little setup because he's got the pieces of fish, he's got a Hershey's bar, he's got several things of alcohol, and he's got a Bible. So he just has a little setup. He just
Got it
must
all.
just like sit there every day and just like chills out.
Yeah.
Maybe
is
someone will
his
come
bar.
around. And, yeah.
Does anybody want to give me their soul?
Mhm.
Never know.
Yeah. And well, Polnareff falls for it.
True.
Yeah.
Because the fish, or the cat, goes and gets the piece of fish that Polnareff didn't suspect.
Yep. and yeah, and that ends up just taking his soul. Darby's stand reveals itself, and Polnareff's soul is sucked out of his body and turned
Oh,
into a
no.
playing chip.
Not the
And
soul.
we also learn the end of this first chapter of Darby the Gambler, or maybe it was the first, I think.
This is the first.
As the first.
Yeah, it pretty much reveals the stakes. That's his stand, Osiris, taking Polnareff's soul. If they just, try to, cut the Gordian knot and kill him, that'll kill Polnareff too. And also, that was his cat. He rigged the bet. But in his mind,
Yeah.
like, yeah, if you cheat and don't get caught, it's all good.
I mean, a lot of people see it that way.
Basically, yeah.
It's only cheating. Yeah, it's only cheating if you get caught.
Pretty much, yeah. Yeah, so that's those are the stakes.
No, casinos see it.
Yeah. And we move right into the next game, which is of Joseph's choice. It's a little surface tension game. They're going to drop coins into a little glass of wine, and whoever breaks the surface tension loses.
Okay, well, this goes back to the point that Dylan was making earlier about why don't they just use Harmon? And he could use Harmon right now to make sure that the
Yes.
Would that not be cheating?
Yeah, it's only cheating if you get caught. And
Yeah,
I think he'd get caught with all of the sparks.
can people
Well,
see
you
sparks? See
never
the sparks?
really know.
Like, is that a
Yeah.
thing?
Yeah. People can see
I thought that's like
Hamon.
something the anime added.
No, they have. There's like there's like
Did I ever
light.
say, oh, there's
There
sparks coming out
is,
of it.
but
Yeah,
how do
when,
we know that's not just for the viewers
when,
so they could see it?
When I remember when Baron Zeppeli was talking about when he was searching about the mask, he like his first introduction to Hamon was seeing like a guy heal a leg and there was like light coming from it.
Oh, perhaps. You might
So
be
yeah,
right.
I feel like Joseph touching the glass
Or maybe
and like light coming out of it would constitute as some sort of outside interference.
okay. I suppose.
But yeah, Joseph, even without
But also, it wasn't really necessary to use Hamon here anyways, because Joseph already had a trick up his sleeve.
True.
yeah, Joseph could have won. He already had his trick up his sleeve, and yeah, this whole round of gaming is pretty great because we know Joseph is like good
He's
at
the
games.
yeah,
and
he's
stuff.
the mastermind. Like he fucking soloed everything in part 2.
Pretty much. He's good at this stuff. So like,
Smart,
seeing him,
skillful.
we see him in his element, and even Jotaro notes his way of doing things, like trying to rile up Darby by getting his name wrong, and then like messing with the
Darby.
Yeah, it's Darby. That's right. It's very like Joseph's really in his element, which makes it all the more crazy when Darby is able to pull a fast one on him.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you really think Joseph's got it? Because again, we followed him for a long time. We know we expect him to be able to do this. This is right up his alley.
We thought this was going to be a Joseph victory because he's the more skillful in the situation than Jotaro would be usually. From what we know.
And that stands to truth. Jotaro doesn't win by gaming. Joseph really was like their best shot, and the fact that he loses makes the tension all the more tense.
Yeah, and I think the chocolate trick is really interesting because you never actually see him do it, which means he probably. Yeah, because how would he do that? Darby?
He was
the one who.
Jotaro said he did it when he was inspecting the glass before they started. He was like, "Can I inspect the glass?" And Joseph's like, "Sure. You have the right to make sure I am not cheating too." And that's when he stuck the chocolate underneath.
Yep.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Doing that real quick, and nobody noticed it.
Yeah.
Well, he's a master. He does this shit all the time.
He's a master cheater.
Yeah.
Also, he is a kind of a magician, so it's good
Yep.
to draw the
Yeah. And yeah, that's the second game, and Joseph
Yep.
loses and loses his soul
Well,
too.
actually, Joseph
What?
doesn't even lose. Like, this is a big thing. He actually didn't even like finish the game. He
Right.
he lost his soul before he even finished.
Right. Darby says
because his
that like
heart admitted
yeah,
defeat.
he admitted defeat in his arc. Like he very much said to himself, "I'm lost," and that's what activated it.
Yeah, so this is like a cool little thing here. Like,
It sets up
it's not about the game. It's about like whether you feel like you've lost or not.
right, and that's important for how the final game ends.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of the final game, it's Jotaro taking on Darby in a game of poker for the souls of Joseph and Polnareff.
Yeah. You get little Avdol's commentary throughout
Yeah.
it.
Avdol
You
is,
know?
if we compare this to an episode of Yu-Gi-Oh, Avdol has become Taya, Tristan, and Bakura.
Pretty much. Duke.
Duke Devlin, my man.
Absolute Chad.
Avdol Devlin. This, yes, he's
This one I think also depicts how great gambling is as a story beat.
It's so cool.
I think the reason that a lot of people find gambling interesting, like a James Bond movie was centered around it. You have a lot of anime centered around it. A lot of it about card games.
hmm
Is a lot of it is luck based, and a lot of it is trickery based. And there's kind of this bravado about it,
yeah.
It's kind of like the
There's,
smugness of the winner.
there's a
You're trying to
mystique
trick
to it.
each other. Yeah. I think that's why a lot of people find like it interesting, characters based around it interesting, because it is such a. It's a really. I don't want to use like a weird word, but kind of naughtiness about gambling in general, like betting, card
Right.
gaming,
Well,
and
It's
it's
yeah,
like
it's a
kind of like
taboo.
it's the devil's drink. It's kind of it's intriguing, but it's not like something horrible.
Mm-hmm.
right.
And a lot of people really like it aesthetically.
Ah, it
It
is
like yeah.
very
You
yeah.
aren't like inhuman for gambling, but you're
You're
certainly
not
not like
you're no
top
goody
of
two shoes.
yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
I do enjoy that. You really get that feel here
Yeah.
because they're
You can make the
literally
steak as high as you want, but then no matter what, it'll still have like the same amount of suspense.
yeah. It's yeah, and this arc really does capitalize on that feeling.
Yeah,
Dig
because
it.
you get like exactly you immediately know the stakes because Darby loses. He's basically taking these guys exactly straight to Dio, and Dio, of course, if he beats them, isn't going to be happy with that, of course, and the fear of Dio coming after him is extreme.
Yeah,
Meanwhile, Joe, if he loses his soul, he loses his grandpa's soul. Eventually, Avdol, Kakyoin, and his mother's souls are also bet on this.
yeah.
It's really high stakes either way.
There's a lot on the line for both sides, and both sides are equally like willful and resolved about it.
Mm-hmm.
Because there's also like Darby also has the threat of if Jotaro catches him cheating, of course he'll break his hand, he'll kill him. He already broke his finger.
Yeah, and if you get
And
caught cheating, I'm pretty sure it's that like you lose. I think I don't think if it's actually said, but I think it's implied that like if you get caught cheating, that's like an immediate loss.
I think also Jotaro uses that when he like lights his cigarette or he has Star Platinum go and buy him a drink. Which is actually kind of a funny image because just imagine Star Platinum
Yeah,
going up to
right.
the bartender.
Yeah.
Ora, 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 ora. And then he just like, okay, here you go.
hmm
Yeah,
Well-
like it's also like to draw the hand like Jotaro's like, I could be cheating. I went and got this drink without you even noticing.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. Well, we start with Darby shuffling, and Jotaro makes a point of like having Star Platinum list off every single card in order just to like set up what he's kind of gonna be doing, like using
He's
Star Platinum
yeah.
as the bluff.
He's trying to, say like I am all powerful. There's no way you could cheat. I'm gonna win by default.
Exactly. Yeah. So they bring
He's
in
trying
the
to set that up from the beginning.
Yeah, and and he catches Darby on his like first attempt at cheating with the double dealing and breaks his finger. He's really just trying to like assert his dominance.
Posing.
It's
Nice.
like so cool.
Yeah. So they bring in the kid to deal, and they do the first hand, and it's a normal poker hand, which Jotaro loses, and he loses 3 of his 6 soul chips. So now it's his 3 soul chips are against Darby's 3 of his, and 6 of Polnareff and 6 of Joseph. So we move into the second and last hand.
Mm-hmm.
And
Which-
Yep.
Yep. Well, it's the last hand. That's what I was gonna say.
Oh, yeah. And yeah, Jotaro doesn't even look at his cards. He says these are fine. And every time Darby tries to like pressure him on it, Jotaro just keeps upping the stakes. He brings in Avdol's soul, and then Darby.
Avdol's okay with that, luckily.
Avdol's chill,
Even,
and
like,
He's like, I
'cause
trust you.
I think also that plays into it because Avdol, he's gonna like, I trust Jotaro. He's always been our ace in the hole. I do that. And that also adds on to the threat of it.
Mm-hmm. He puts in Kakuin's soul. He puts in his mother's soul.
yeah, every single time Darby tries to like call him on his shit, Jotaro doubles down, and that's part of like that's part of the gambit. And the whole time, every time he's also like setting up the whole Star Platinum thing, bringing in the cigarette faster than Darby can see, getting him to drink faster than Darby can see. He's just playing him the whole time, making him think like the kid. He knows Darby like thinks about like everybody in this bar is under his thumb, even the kid, and the kid like dealt Jotaro a bad hand on purpose. Like he knows those cards should be crap, but every time he's thinking like.
But he's just so confident that like it's just like a what if, like does he really have such a good hand?
Yeah,
Did he go and make Star Platinum change him out real quick without Darby even seeing it?
Is he just that good? Like is he bluffing?
It's all like finally like thrown with the final nail in the coffin when Jotaro raises the stakes, saying, "Okay, you also tell me you missed the secrets of the world of Dio's stand."
Yeah,
and that kills Darby. Darby's like, "No, I can't do that." And he starts, he like throws himself on the floor, like, "That's bad."
Yep. Darby's self-preservation kicks in.
He just causes him to have a literal panic attack.
He pretty much just like ate, like his hair turns gray from the stress.
Yeah.
It's a really good visual showcase of exactly his situation, of how scared and terrified he is.
He keeps trying to say call, but he physically can't anymore. He's just that terrified of what Dio will do to him if he fucks it up.
Yeah.
And in the end,
that's also really good foreshadowing for Dio too. Just how dangerous. Like, he made this like extremely calm, collected, cerebral gambler into like a mess just by the mention of what could happen to him if he goes and tells Jotaro about the secrets of the world.
Yeah, and yeah, in the
That's
end,
really good set up for a villain.
And in the end, he, just like Joseph, Darby ends up admitting defeat in his heart. He just passes out, and that
he's just like screaming out like, "Let's play Mahjong, let's play backgammon, let's play Go Fish."
He's just
he's just like, he's nuts now. It's like he's went insane.
He's completely lost control, and that makes not just Joseph and Polnareff, but all of like the little soul chips in his collection just head off to wherever they're going.
Yeah.
And they don't end up getting the information they need, which essentially makes this arc filler, but damn, is it a good arc?
It's still really so satisfying.
It's so legendary that even the OVAs, like, they had to include it.
Yeah.
Like, back in
the OVA is just the best. It looks really good in the OVA.
Oh yeah.
I gotta check it out at some point.
in the OVAs they only did like the Japan stuff, Polnareff mixed with strength for some reason. Um, Emperor,
Yeah, he's on the boat with
yeah,
Luffy.
Emperor and Hanged Man, Justice, Endduel, uh, Vanilla Ice, and Dio. But they made sure to include Darby because he's just that. Like the
It's so
arc is
good.
that good. It's such a legendary arc.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And a
exactly.
very good arc to cap out this episode.
Well,
Yep.
I love like the whole. I like the way I like put it about like Jotaro. Like in this arc, how I put it like in the chat the other day, like where
What was
I
that?
basically said like Jotaro was never playing poker. Like he was never playing poker with Darby. He was
Right.
he was like searching for like a way to win like through like the loophole of Darby's stand.
He was playing the long con.
Yeah,
He
he
was
was.
subterfusion.
Hmm. His goal was never to beat him at poker, but to beat him at the stand battle.
Yeah.
Break his spirit, essentially.
Yeah,
Just put up the biggest wall of confidence he can.
I just it's just so cool.
It is,
Yeah.
yeah.
It's just
There's
objectively cool.
there's a few more like game-based fights, quote unquote, in the rest of the series, like the CeeLo
Man.
game. Yeah, Boy to Man, the CeeLo game. Those are both part
Yeah,
4.
Veto fight.
I hope they're awesome.
The Beetle fight. They're all.
The
I
baseball.
Yeah, I enjoy them. But Darby the Gambler is definitely the best of them.
Honestly, yeah.
No holds barred.
I love this kind of like I love like gambling in anime. It's so fucking cool.
It
It
is. It's really
is.
good.
Yeah.
All right.
And that's Darby, and that's where we'll leave things for now. Next time will be the last one. Dylan, what chapters are we doing?
Fuck. Well, let me see. It is
Well, that's where you have it.
chapters 104 through 152, which is Hol Horse and Boingo through Dio's world.
Yes, and
and
those are
It's episodes
episodes.
36 through 48.
That's right.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
36 through the end, the last episode.
That'll be the end of Stardust
See you.
Crusaders. See you then.
Yeah.
And now, we'll take you out to the dulcet tones of the Oingo Boingo brothers.
Oh my god.